receive their first full paycheck of the fiscal year, even without a budget in place today. A Lake County judge has tossed out nearly all of the corruption charges filed against former North Chicago Police Chief Michael Newsom. And people in Illinois will soon be able to hunt bobcats. Governor Rauner signing a bill yesterday into law that would establish a bobcat hunting season during the winter months. The American League beat the Nationals 6-3 Tuesday, securing home field advantage in the World Series for the third year in a row. Bulls have signed forward Mike Dunleavy Jr. and backup guard Aaron Brooks. And Sky forward Elena Delle Donne, the leading vote-getter for the WNBA All-Star Game. The news, a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Mahatma Gandhi reached out with the strength cultivated within his soul. Pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at Values.com. 5:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager gets rough on Bernie Sanders.
To call yourself a socialist in the United States at this time, with the record of socialist parties in Europe and in Latin America, is to be a moral idiot. The people who go to his rallies are moral idiots. You have no moral compass if you support socialism in the United States of America.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Okay, our daily deal is the risk-free teeth whitening kit again. If you've always wanted your teeth professionally whitened but haven't had the time or money, National Dental Supply is sending a Pro-Gel whitening kit to the first 50 listeners who call 800-978-1254. Get a white smile to look young and healthy. Call right now before the risk-free professional teeth whitening kits reserved for our listeners are gone. Call 800-978-1254. 800-978-1254. 800-978-1254.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing a, what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1 hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her AC started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1 hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any cooling need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
5:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, bringing you the latest on your morning commute. Here's Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Eden's Expressway outbound traffic is jamming up from Dempster to Old Orchard, where there's a crash. All lanes are blocked. This involves 3 vehicles, and traffic only gets by the left shoulder. This again is on the outbound Eden's right near Old Orchard, and we're looking at a growing delay starting at Dempster. Traffic is hardly moving. Inbound looking good. Maybe a brief tap of the brakes for Gapers. Adams Tollway, I-90 westbound past Elmhurst Road. There's a stall blocking the right lane. Otherwise, the Adams Tollway is clear. So are the other tollways right now. On the northwest side, there's a crash right at Kedzie and the Bloomingdale Trail. A car hit the viaduct there. This is south of Armitage. Chicago expressways look good at the moment. Traffic is a service of QuickBooks Connect Chicago. Introducing QuickBooks Connect Chicago, a big event to help grow your small business. Workshops, speakers, and networking. It's all happening July 16th at the Garrity. Register for free with promo code LOCAL at QuickBooksLocal.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast comes from meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Partial sunshine today with a high 74, partly cloudy night, low 59. Tomorrow, clouds and sun with a late afternoon shower or thunderstorm with a high 79, then a strong thunderstorm at night, low 71. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
60 at O'Hare, 60 along the lakefront, 62 at Midway. It is 55 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
The United States, together with our international partners, has achieved something that decades of animosity has not. A comprehensive long-term deal with Iran that will prevent it from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
The leading international powers have bet our collective future on a deal with the foremost sponsor of international terrorism.
If they wanted to end their nuclear program and rejoin the civilized world, they could simply grant us access. They don't.
No wonder there are everybody in the streets celebrating, because they got everything they wanted and the West got nothing at all.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. One of the darkest days in world history. That's how Israeli leaders responded to this U.S. surrender to Iran that was announced by the president yesterday. This cannot stand. That's what Bill Kristol, the Weekly Standard, wrote. Reactions pouring in, as you would suspect, on the deal that Obama announced yesterday. It's very interesting. Someone made this point. A couple people made this point, but including our friend Michael Rubin on commentarymagazine.org. Why do you think the Iranians were spilling into the streets yesterday? Was it to celebrate a new source of energy? I don't think so.
No. Yeah, I saw that. I heard that, and I wondered, well, they were protesting a few days ago. Now they're celebrating, but they get their money back. They get $100 billion, Dan, and that's just the beginning. Then after a few months, they'll get $60 billion. So it's, their economy is revived.
Yeah.
But I know, back to Benjamin Netanyahu real quick. He was so upset that he tweeted in English, in Hebrew, and in Farsi that he was so upset with the deal.
Yeah.
So, we just have to realize who's our enemy, who's our friends, because I thought Israel was our ally. Now Israel looks as if they're our enemies.
Well, the left has been reduced to making arguments like, well, conservatives are just ideologically opposed, and so we can dismiss any of the criticisms, when even Marvin Zonis, University of Chicago professor, founding member of the Iranian American public policy organization, advocacy organization, certainly a center leftist. I mean, even he is pressed to characterize this as any kind of victory for the United States, anything that prevents a nuclear Iran. And frankly, there are leading Democrats that are suggesting the same thing, including Democrat Senator from New Jersey, Bob Menendez, who also sits on the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee.
The deal ultimately legitimizes Iran as a threshold nuclear state. The deal doesn't end Iran's nuclear program, it preserves it. From what I've read so far, the deal doesn't provide for the anytime, anyplace inspections that we wanted of suspected sites.
That's a lot different than President Obama said yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Come out saying we will have 24/7 access to any sites we want. But the truth is we have to give the Iranians notice first. We have to give them time to hide material, possibly.
24 days.
24 days. Oh, that's a lot different than 24/7 access.
Yeah, it really is. This is why Bibi tweeted, as you were saying, in every language under the sun. When willing to make a deal at any cost, this is the result. From early reports, we can see that this deal is a historic mistake. He added, world powers have made far-reaching concessions in all areas that were supposed to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons capability.
Can we hear President Obama lie to us just one more time?
Put simply, the organization responsible for the inspections, the IAEA, will have access where necessary, when necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a little different. Those details,
with 24-day notice, as long as Iran agrees.
Yeah, and if they don't agree, what are we going to do?
Little footnotes.
Slap some sanctions against them?
That's his essentially enforcement mechanism, that you have the ability to claw back, or snap back, as the term he used, sanctions if Iran violates the deal at any point in time. Apparently, the sanctions were working to some extent, but not to such an extent that Iran was abiding them to this point. Otherwise, why the need for any kind of deal? So I'm not sure how compelling that argument is. The other thing the president said that I found fascinating, he said, look, this is going back to May, but I mean, just remember what he said, because this is about him. And I'll play a bite from his speech yesterday that was kind of underreported as just how insecure he is. But on May 21st of this year, he said, look, 20 years from now, I'm still going to be around, God willing. If Iran has a nuclear weapon, it's my name on this. It's all about him. It's his name. It's his deal. It's his name. It's not about America's national security. It's not about stability in the Middle East. It's not about preventing a state sponsor of terror from getting nuclear weapons. It's about his name. And I hope he is around for this. And I don't think it's going to take 20 years because when Iran goes nuclear, I hope that will cement his legacy as one of, if not the worst president this country has ever seen. Listen to President Obama again, kind of the me generation, the poster boy for the me generation.
Today, after 2 years of negotiations, the United States, together with our international partners, has achieved something that decades of animosity has not. A comprehensive long-term deal with Iran that will prevent it from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
That is a sanitized way of saying everybody else failed and I succeeded. That's what he's saying. That's real. I mean, it really is what he's saying. 50 years of animosity. Yeah, there's animosity there because they're a state sponsor of terror that has murdered Americans. Listen to what Senator Tom Cotton from Arkansas had to say to this point yesterday. And remember, Cotton was the one who authored that letter that was signed by Republican senators that was sent to Tehran, as well as the White House, to instruct both on the Constitution and how it works, the U.S. Constitution, that is, and how it works. Neither one seems particularly interested. Here's Tom Cotton.
Joe, this proposed deal is a terrible, dangerous mistake that's going to pave the path for Iran to get a nuclear weapon, while also giving them tens of billions of dollars of sanctions relief, even lifting the arms embargo at a time when they're destabilizing the entire Middle East. The American people are going to repudiate this deal, and I believe Congress will kill the deal. If you look at the text of the deal, Iran will have weeks to delay. They'll be able to decide which sites that we inspect. But more fundamentally, if they wanted to end their nuclear program and rejoin the civilized world, they could simply grant us access. They don't. They are an outlaw, terrorist-sponsoring, anti-American regime. They have the blood of hundreds of American soldiers on their hands who they killed in Iraq and Afghanistan. And today, we are giving sanctions relief to organizations like the Revolutionary Guard Corps and men like Qasem Soleimani, the general that leads that corps, who are responsible for killing American soldiers.
Plus, they still have three American hostages that they could have worked out their release as part of this deal. One being a reporter for the Washington Post. They didn't seem to care at all. And their family members were so disappointed yesterday because they really thought that they were going to get their loved ones back.
Yeah, Jason Rezaian, I believe I'm pronouncing his name incorrectly.
You are.
Yes, the good. So this is the Washington Post reporter you're referring to, and his brother said the outcome of the nuclear deal doesn't change Jason's cruel and illegal imprisonment for the past 356 days. We're hopeful that with an agreement now in place, the Iranian courts will conclude this process swiftly and affirm Jason's innocence so we can bring him home and make our family whole once again. Well, that's unlikely to happen. Well, first of all, I mean, why wasn't that included in? Look,
there's right.
Here's the other thing.
They traded for Bo Bergdahl. They're not going to trade for three Americans who are just doing their jobs.
Well, and as far as part of this historic deal, hey, look, these are people that you're going to release, and you're going to release right now.
Right now. End of discussion.
There's no deal there in place, and I hate to rain on the Rezaian family's parade, but the Iranian courts will conclude this process swiftly and affirm Jason's innocence. You know, excuse me for being cynical. I don't have a lot of faith in the Iranian courts. You'll recall we mentioned this yesterday. Right before this was announced, the day before, so on Monday, an Iranian court issued a $50 billion judgment against the United States for crimes against the Republic of Iran. I mean, this is the kind of joke terrorist state that we just provided a pathway to nuclear weapons. Incredible. And as Obama said, his name's on it.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Secretary of State John Kerry goes off on NBC's Andrea Mitchell. We'll play it for you next. But first, here's your forecast. Today, partly sunny. Very cool. 59 degrees right now. You might even need a jacket when you leave the house this morning. Going up to a high of 74 degrees, of course, cooler near the lake. And then tomorrow, clouds and sun with a shower or thunderstorm late in the afternoon, a high near 80. Travel times, let's get the latest from Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Eden's outbound. Got big problems. Big jam. Gulf Road to Old Orchard, where there's a 3-vehicle crash. All lanes are blocked. Traffic only gets by on the left shoulder. It's about 30 minutes from Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound fine. You might have a brief tap of the brakes. Escape or slow down at Old Orchard. Northwest side, there's a crash at Kedzie and the Bloomingdale Trail. This is north of North Avenue. Car hit the viaduct there. You have some road work on the westbound side of the Adams Tollway, starting around Barrington Road in the left lane, but no delays to report. There's work on the outbound Ryan. Inbound on the Ryan, we're starting to see a little bit of a delay approaching downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hello, this is Tom. Hello? Every time I walk into this darn building, I lose my cellular coverage. I can never get a signal. I try Wi-Fi and my apps won't load either. Why can't they do something?
When a phone call can mean the difference between safety and danger, improved operations, or increased sales, Chicago Communications provides reliable wireless solutions. From in-building wireless and Wi-Fi to sales, service, and support of simple or advanced wireless systems, Chicago Communications is a one-stop shop for all of your wireless needs. Hospitals, schools, manufacturers, and building managers know that Chicago Communications has one of the largest support staffs with the best technical skills. Call 888-369-8969 or visit Chicom.com to learn more. Chicago Communications, creating the infrastructure behind mobility. 888-369-8969 or online at CHICOMM.com. The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group.
AM 560, The Answer.
Well, moments after the deal was signed, people did start celebrating in Tehran.
They're singing and dancing on the streets of Tehran. You never see these things. People are overjoyed and they're cheering.
What do you think they're celebrating? Obama's great accomplishment?
No, they got an economic lifeline. They have re-entry into They have re-entry into the global banking system. I mean,
That's not the only thing they're celebrating.
Well, they're celebrating because we've been hustled. We've been had.
Text from 708. I hear the people of Iran will also get to keep their doctor if they like their doctor.
Well, one man who was obviously instrumental in all of this, Secretary of State John Kerry, he edited the final draft about 3 a.m. Austria time yesterday. When he was done with it, called President Obama, just to go through the fine print, I'm sure, with him. But he sat down with Andrea Mitchell yesterday, and I don't know if he has sleep deprivation or if he's a little cantankerous,
or he's a mope.
Yeah, or that, Dan, but just take a listen to this interchange.
So how do you justify down the road taking off the arms embargo on conventional weapons and ballistic missiles?
The United States doesn't lose anything, Andrea, by giving them the opportunity to prove this is a peaceful program. What's the alternative? Go to war now? You want to? I mean, everybody want to say automatically, let's bomb Iran? I mean, is that the alternative?
And he was
flailing his arms. No, it's not the alternative. This is what Kerry and Obama and the progressive left do. They erect straw man. Who is arguing that we should bomb Iran, that we should go to war? If the sanctions, the opinion of a lot of observers and experts in the Middle East say the sanctions are working to some extent. Could they be tougher? Yes. Are they working perfectly? No. But no one is saying it's either a nuclear Iran or we go to war with Iran. Who is arguing for us to go to war with Iran in any material way?
She didn't even pose that question. She just was talking about in 5 to 8 years there's going to be an end to the UN arms and ballistics embargo. So why was that part of it? And he said, what do you want us to do, go to war?
Well, right. But because it's impossible to defend their position, so they have to erect this straw man to tear down. That's what John Kerry does. I'll tell you what, here, listen to this, though, too.
Yes.
Hillary Clinton.
Oh, yeah.
She weighed in on this. If you call this weighing in, this is somebody who's going to be the Democrat nominee for president, possibly the next president of the United States. Listen to she's a former Secretary of State, you may remember.
Well, she claims she helped get the ball rolling on this deal.
Yeah, but she also doesn't want to take ownership with it. She is trying to be kind of in all places simultaneously. Listen to this and see if you can decipher it, because I couldn't.
Having been part of building the coalition that brought us to the point of this agreement, I think we will have to immediately, upon completion of this agreement and its rigorous enforcement, look to see how we build a coalition to try to prevent and undermine Iran's bad behaviors in other arenas.
What in God's name is she saying? What was that? Can I please have a translation, Dan Proft?
I was part of it, so I want to share the spotlight of the accomplishment in the eyes of a certain segment of the left, but also we need to put together a coalition to prevent Iran's bad behavior and make sure that she's at one time saying something completely different from President Obama, and at the same time she is standing with him to celebrate this accomplishment in understated tones, albeit, but nonetheless, this goes on.
I think this is an important step that puts the lid on Iran's nuclear programs, and
but not
it
their bad
will
behavior.
Enable us then to turn our attention, as it must, to doing what we can with other partners in the region and beyond to try to prevent and contain Iran's other bad.
She is using words that, when strung together, don't mean anything. It's kind of a political.
It's empty
art.
rhetoric. I don't get it. There's no point to the why even comment? But she did. I mean, the bottom line is she supports this.
Yeah. Now compare that to what Scott Walker said at his announcement on Monday.
Iran hasn't changed much since the day he and the other hostages were released on President Reagan's first day in office. Looking ahead, we need to terminate the bad deal with Iran on the very first day in office.
Were you able to pick up on what Scott Walker's position is?
Yes.
Yeah. And I mentioned this op-ed by Marvin Zonis, who he came to prominence as like the leading go-to guy for Iranian matters because he was all over television back in the late 70s during the hostage crisis. And again, Professor Emeritus at University of Chicago, a respected intellectual and academic, center-left, sympathetic to the deal. Listen to what he writes. This is somebody who's inclined to be supportive. Iran is bound to get tough after the nuclear deal comes into force. Its foreign policy will become more strident. Its support for President Assad will deepen. Its anti-Israel rhetoric will sharpen. Its Shiite militias in Iraq will take the attack to ISIS. It will double down on the Houthis. But don't give up on the deal. It will go through and Iran will live by its demands. This is the best argument that the left can come up with in support of this deal.
I called Congressman Quigley's office. Jan Schakowsky, Jewish, thought maybe she'd be against this deal. Oh, no.
Right.
Well, she's a mouthpiece for President Obama. And
she's a mouthpiece for President Rouhani.
Yeah, she had really no strong argument to make except for the fact that we don't want to go to war with these people.
Right. Again,
So I'm going to effort her again to come on tomorrow.
This false construct. And anyone is arguing that we should go to war with Iran. Nobody is saying that, but because they can't defend their deal, they have to pretend like this is to prevent
war is impending. That's, according to them, that's what's happening. But to override the veto, we'll need all Republicans, 13 Senate Democrats, and 44 House Democrats. Is that possible?
I don't know. I would think it is possible, especially when you have leading Democrats like Bob Menendez speaking out against the deal. We'll talk to Clifford May from the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies later in the show at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. I know we're kind of cynical that it's possible to get this deal blocked and override the president's veto. As he telegraphed yesterday, he would veto anything that would derail this surrender. But boy, I think there's going to be a lot of pressure put on the Democrats, and I don't know. I'm not so sure Republicans should give up so quickly on the notion that they can get the necessary Democrats to stop this. But we'll talk to Clifford May about that.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
The struggle, it's real. In a changing world, veterans who have helped secure your freedom are finding it difficult to find meaningful employment. They have the skill sets and disciplines. All that's missing is your business. American First Contracting, owned and operated by Navy veteran Mark Roquel, is a company of veterans hiring veterans. This certified, service-disabled, veteran-owned small business leads federal and private construction and engineering projects throughout the Midwest, using the Navy SEAL motto of mission, team, self. American First Contracting performs to the highest standards of quality. They don't say mission accomplished until the job is done right, on time and on budget. By hiring American First, you'll be giving veterans who laid it on the line for your country opportunities for employment. Visit amfirstcontracting.com to take the first step to giving back to America's heroes by putting them to work for you on your next construction or engineering project. That's amfirstcontracting.com. You can make a difference.
AM 560. The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
If you saw a stranger being attacked, would you intervene?
We'll take your phone calls 312-642-5600. And Denny Hastert's attorneys back in court, and they're gearing up for trial. First, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to our friend Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Add former Vice President Dick Cheney to the list of politicians unhappy with the Iranian nuclear deal.
What Obama has done is, in effect, sanction the acquisition by Iran of nuclear capability. It can be a few years down the road. It doesn't make any difference. It's a matter of months until we're going to see a situation where other people feel they have to defend themselves.
New Jersey Democrat and Senator Bob Menendez not seeing many positives this morning.
Basically legitimizing Iran's nuclear program and saying there is a nuclear threshold state in Iran. Secondly, we're not ending Iran's nuclear infrastructure. In some elements of it, we're preserving it.
New Hampshire Republican Senator Kelly Ayotte says the deal does not address any U.S. national security interests.
It does not require Iran to dismantle its nuclear program. It does not allow anytime, anywhere inspections of their military facilities.
Former Ambassador Nicholas Burns, though, offered some cautious support.
It's filled with very painful trade-offs. There are risks in acting and following this agreement, and there are risks in not acting.
Democrat presidential hopeful Hillary Clinton is throwing her support behind the deal. It's now up to a jury to decide if accused killer James Holmes was insane at the time of the Colorado theater shooting 3 years ago. District Attorney George Brockler gave his closing argument yesterday, hoping jurors will believe the Colorado movie theater shooter deliberately planned the attack.
He even says, I wouldn't want it to happen to me. He knows it's wrong. Wrong for him, wrong for society. He also knows right and wrong as he describes that prosecutors seek justice for those wronged, like in this case.
Holmes killed 12 and wounded 70 others in the 2012 attack. 2 are dead, 6 others missing as flash flooding impacts parts of Kentucky. NASA gathering more information this morning about Pluto. Administrator Charlie Bolden.
You have made Pluto almost human. You know, Pluto has features and character and everything. It's because of the work that you've done and the way that you've presented it.
NASA set to release the first detailed images of Pluto later today. It's a flooding mess in Watseka this morning as a wet summer and heavy rains have left the Kankakee and Iroquois rivers swollen with rainwater, the Iroquois 7 feet above flood stage. And people may soon see a return of the Stroger tax when buying something in Cook County. County Board will vote today on a 1% sales tax hike during a special board meeting being pushed by Board President Tony Preckwinkle. Chicago sports. The American League All-Star game. American League was a winner at the All-Star game, beating the Nationals 6-3 to earn home field advantage. Sky forward Elena Delle Donne, the leading vote-getter in the WNBA All-Star game. The news service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Mother Teresa couldn't do it all, but she did give her all. Compassion, pass it on. From the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity believes Donald Trump is teetering.
Here's the next step for Trump if he's serious about running for president, in my opinion. Trump needs to, this is a razor's edge for him. He's got to balance Trump being Trump, and he's got to balance being presidential. He's got to show the American people that he could solve the problems that we now face.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5, on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Have you ever thought you'd like to flip houses but didn't know how or where to get the money? Are you ready to be your own boss so you can start living the good life? Hi, I'm Preston Ely. I used to be so broke. I had my electricity turned off 9 times, but I figured out a way to quit my job and find financial freedom in real estate. Now, for a limited time, I want to send you my smash hit selling book, How to Get Rich in Real Estate, absolutely free. It shows you how to copy exactly what I did so you can make money from the comfort of your own home without even doing any manual labor. I've already given away 5,000 books and they're going fast. To get one before they're gone, call 1-800-500-2997. Listen, if you're sick and tired of stressing about money, this book could change your life. It's short, fun to read, easy to understand, and awesome. To find out how to get your free book while supplies last, call 1-800-500-2997. Call 1-800-500-2997. 1-800-500-2997.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
It is 5:36. Let's get an update on the roads at our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the outbound Edens, a crash near Old Orchard has cleared. All lanes are open, and traffic is moving without delay now on the Edens in both directions. The Kennedy is fine, so is the Eisenhower. Northbound I-55, traffic is stop and go from 126 to before Weber Road. There's a disabled truck on the right shoulder. The inbound Ryan now has a 4-minute delay from Cermak to downtown. Bishop Ford, a 6-minute delay from 115th to the merge. There's some road work this morning on the outbound Ryan and on the Adams Tollway westbound, as well as westbound 390. No delays to report. There's a crash on the northwest side on Kedzie, right at the Bloomingdale Trail overpass. Car hit the viaduct. Traffic. It's a service of Unbound. Ever wonder where your charitable donation's really going? At Unbound, you'll know who you're helping and what impact your support is having on their life. That's just one way Unbound is different. Learn more at unbound.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Partly sunny in your forecast. Pleasant, high 74. 60 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. If you saw someone being attacked, a stranger, would you intervene? 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line.
Or have you ever intervened?
Well,
I mean,
sure.
I'd love to hear from people who've helped out.
Sure. It's always nice to hear from a good Samaritan. 64636 is our turnkey.pro text line. Take your calls and texts on this. Question was prompted by a number of attacks recently where passengers, observers, witnesses just stood by and watched someone be attacked, if not killed. There was this case of Kevin Sutherland on the D.C. Metro on July 4th where he's on the train and some young guy, by the way, because this is the order of the day, Kevin Sutherland is white. His attacker, who's in custody, is black, comes up to him, tries to grab his cell phone out of his waistband. A struggle ensues. The assailant punches Kevin Sutherland to the ground, to the floor of the train. You know, there are other passengers that are watching this. And then
Let me guess, it wasn't during rush hour, was it?
Well, I don't know exactly when the time was, but there's the reports indicate a lot of onlookers. And the assailant stabbed Kevin Sutherland 30 to 40 times, killing him.
And no one stopped him?
No one did anything. And then there's this story. This is an op-ed in Slate.com from someone who was also attacked in the Metro, a woman. She said, she writes, I'm not equating the two events, the Sutherland event, to what happened to her, but she's she's asking the question, I was attacked on the train, no one helped me. Would I have helped someone if I had seen it? So it's an interesting question. It's a kind of a sign of the times question. This is what happened to Marianne Seregi. Marianne Seregi. I'm having problems with name pronunciations today. I was in the window seat on the Blue Line en route to meet friends for dinner. One teenage girl sat down next to a man in front of me. Another sat beside me. They began by asking what kind of phone I had. The girl next to me patted down my pockets and, finding nothing, grabbed my coffee mug out of my hands. The girl in front put her finger in my face, getting as close as she could without touching me. They grabbed my legs. They threatened to rape me until I bled. One opened the other's coat jacket, feigning or not that she had a weapon. Trying to get the attention of other passengers, I shouted at the top of my lungs, leave me alone and stop touching me. I tried to flee when the train stopped, but they boxed me in and shoved me back down into my seat. The man sitting in front of me, next to one of the girls who attacked me, never turned around. He rode the train for a few stops while the assault was going on and then departed. The only person to come to my defense was a petite 20-something woman who told the girls to cut it out. The girls briefly yelled at her, but then turned their attention back to me. On my second attempt to escape, I took several punches but managed to shove past them. The girls chased me off the train, that back on it, then off again. Across 2 stops, I was finally able to hit the emergency button and alert a conductor. Later that day, bruised but not otherwise hurt, I identified the girls for police.
Was it a black-on-white crime?
I don't know. She doesn't say. But so that's the issue. You know, the issue. You see this. You see people in confrontations, and then you see something that is obviously going wrong, not like a argument between friends or family members, and everybody just turns a blind eye. This is the what's that famous case in New York? I'm blanking on the name. I'm having a problem with names this morning. I don't know.
Well, tell me the details, and I'll give you a name.
This is when a woman. This is a long time ago. There was a Law and Order episode that essentially dramatized the events. This is a woman being stabbed out in the street, and people watching from their apartment buildings and doing nothing. And nobody wanted to get. It's kind of the typical. No one wants to get involved.
Snitches. It's a snitch
Snitches
problem.
get stitches.
I think the worst one I ever covered as a reporter was in Flint, Michigan. A woman. They have a blind school there, and a woman was at the bus depot trying to get back to Chicago, and somebody raped her in broad daylight in the bus station, and there were hundreds of people around. And so some people I interviewed said, well, I thought maybe she was just trying to, get her groove on. I'm like, really? She was screaming, and nobody went to her aid. Is that because, are men not men anymore? I just don't know what it is about our society. I'm raising 2 boys right now to try and be men. Let the lady walk out of the elevator first. Hold the door open for the pregnant woman and for any woman that wants to, walk out first. I'm just trying to teach them manners and trying to, get involved, but to what extent? I mean, there's so many heroic people I know who've lost their lives trying to save people. And, the Fox River, there are two brothers who, tried to save a man. That man lived, but they both died. And I tried to one time stop a fight at Dirty Nellie's in Palatine.
Oh, boy.
No, I got clocked in the face. I hit the ground.
Well,
I don't remember.
well,
I got knocked out.
That's because you started the fight.
No, Dan. I tried to stop the fight, and never again. I pick my battles carefully, so I'm never going to get involved when two men are fighting because I don't think I could be effective. I could be effective by maybe videotaping it for police or first and foremost calling police first.
Well, yeah, although the police aren't going to get there in time when you have something going on like this unless they happen to be present. So, I mean, it's not just a police matter. This is where Good Samaritan or individual action is required. It's interesting, this woman who wrote this op-ed that I'm referencing, Marianne Seregi, she said there were, I'm not sure I would have acted any differently from those 10 eyewitnesses who watched this. If I'd been in that train car, I might have felt just like the woman who tried to become as small as possible. I might have become paralyzed with fear. Yes, it's hypocritical. I wish people would have helped me, and I'm not sure I could have mustered the courage to do the same. And I know that we don't see gender in this country anymore. But I think I think there is a different standard for men versus women when it comes to something like this. And the story that you told as well, there was a 52-year-old woman, the Kevin Sutherland case, the guy who got stabbed to death on the metro while people watched. This is a kind of a sign of the times. Now, this is a woman, so I do treat it differently. But she said, we were in a moving train. You're not really sure what you need to do. This man is holding a bloody knife. I don't think anyone was going to try and stop him. Well, obviously, because no one did try and stop him. But that's not the question. The question is, should somebody have intervened? No one wants to get hurt. But, people are maybe reticent to risk their life for a stranger. But I don't know.
But if you form a solidarity, I mean, if you get three guys together or three women and you try and grab his arm while he's stabbing, you can do something.
I mean, think of...
You've got to throw something at him. Try something.
For every one of these cases, though, there's like the Todd Beamer, Let's Roll.
Yeah, Let's Roll, yeah.
On 9/11, where he and a bunch of passengers, overtook the cabin and prevented that plane from...
crashing into the White House,
right,
I think.
Right, that's right. That's where it was tracking. That's correct. So there are examples of courage, and we laud those examples of courage, of heroism, but we don't see it as much as maybe we should, particularly in cases where, I mean, what are you afraid of? A couple of girls that are trying to roust this girl with a cell phone? Oh, maybe they have a weapon. Maybe, I don't know.
312-642-5600 is the number.
Lee in Milwaukee, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi. Hey, I'm a Democrat, and my son and I, we take walks late at night, like 10, 11 o'clock. Now, he does have concealed carry, which he does take with him. I'm happy for it. We live in a nice neighborhood, but, I mean, you're talking late at night. I don't know what's going to be going on there. So as far as that goes, I'm happy he's got it.
Yeah.
And he would jump in to help somebody. I don't know if I could. I'm just this little old lady, so I don't know what I'd do. I'd probably scream. I scream very well.
Well, they always tell us, too, to scream fire.
Yeah.
If you're being attacked, don't scream, help, I'm being raped, or help. Yell fire. People respond to that. That's what I remember from my officer-friendly classes, but that's what they said. That's the most effective way to help yourself and to get people's attention.
Yeah, no,
have you ever intervened?
That's a good point.
Or helped anyone?
I have.
Tell me.
But it's also, to Lee's point, it's also, I carry a gun because a police officer's too heavy. So that's exactly right. And maybe this is instructive for women. I mean, a gun is a great equalizer. So when you're overpowered just in terms of physical strength, that's a way to fend off a would-be attacker.
Or maybe pepper spray, too, if you can't carry.
Yeah, I've gotten in a couple of fracases.
Do you care to share?
Well, there was one in Indiana where a couple of guys were, I don't know what happened, but I saw one of them push a girl to the ground. And so I intervened, and then I got like cold cocked from the side, and then it was a whole melee. It was,
Did you have any stitches, any bruising,
no,
lacerations?
I had a bruise under my eye, but so did a couple of the other guys.
But you weren't arrested or anything?
I was not arrested. What was I be arrested for?
I don't know. Well, Lord knows what happens. Just never throw the first punch. That's all I know.
He's lucky that more people didn't intervene. He's lucky that they are lucky that more people did intervene. This was, a long time ago, the story I'm sharing. Maybe a different time in this country, different sensibility among men. But there were other people that intervened. This was at like a club. And they're lucky that they did intervene because it would have gotten I was not a happy camper, so it could have gotten uglier where I did get to the point of being arrested. Mike in the North Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, how you doing? It's Mike from the North Side. And the solution is concealed carry, only you cannot carry concealed on any transit that's supported by public funds.
Right.
And for someone to step up after this guy savagely knifed somebody to death, and it would have been another dead body for someone to walk up there. The solution is here. Politicians know better than people that don't live with armed guards, that live in the real world. What is it? Texas is allowing concealed carry on its universities, I believe now. So, there was just published the numbers on concealed carry. Murder has dropped 25% over the last 3 or 4 years, but concealed carry has increased 150%. So concealed carry is the solution. It's decreasing the murder rate, but politicians know better. So
Got it.
We're helpless in that train.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. We'll take more of your calls when we return. 312-642-5600.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Grab a line, 312-642-5600. What would you do, and have you ever intervened to stop a scuffle? But first, here's your forecast. Partly sunny today, pleasant. Really, actually, a cool start to this morning. 59 degrees right now, going up to a high of 74. Tonight, we go back into the 50s. And then tomorrow, clouds and sun with a shower or thunderstorm late in the afternoon. A little bit warmer, a high of 79. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. On the northbound side of Lakeshore Drive, we're seeing delays from Oakwood to before 31st. There's a crash blocking 3 left lanes, about a 5-minute delay right now, but just happened a couple of minutes ago. Northbound I-55, it's slow from 126 to before Weber with a crash on the right shoulder. The inbound Stevenson has a 3-minute delay from Central to Kedzie. Edens is fine, so is the Kennedy. The Ike pretty clear, just a little heavy past Manheim on the inbound side. Inbound Ryan has a 5-minute delay from the Stevenson to the Burns Circle. Bishop Ford a 6-minute delay starting at 115th. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Acme Home Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to make a claim.
What are you wanting to claim, sir?
My air conditioner needs replacing.
Sorry, but your home insurance doesn't cover air conditioners.
So what do you cover?
Home damage from things like earthquakes, volcanoes, a zombie apocalypse.
A zombie apocalypse? But that'll never happen.
But if it did, you'd be covered, sir.
But not my air conditioner?
I'm afraid not.
But his air conditioner could have been covered with a home warranty from American Home Shield, plus 20 other major home systems and appliances, like his electrical system, plumbing, refrigerator, and more. For valuable free information, go to ahs.com or call 1-800-403-9611. Service requests are subject to a fee for each trade called. Some exclusions and limitations apply. Home insurance can cover what might happen.
Zombies are coming!
But a home warranty helps cover what will happen.
Now the dryer won't work.
Life happens. Have a plan. Get a home warranty from American Home Shield. For valuable free information, go to ahs.com. That's ahs.com or call 1-800-403-9611.
I was coming out of the hardware store when I saw him. An old man, late 70s, hunched over in the freezing rain, no hat on his head, limping across that slippery parking lot and pushing a row of shopping carts toward the cart corral. It's heartbreaking. Millions of hardworking Americans simply don't have enough money to retire. So they just keep working and working and working until it's too late. Hi, I'm Chad Stubbs, President and CEO of PowerTrader, and I believe that's just plain wrong. That's why I'm now distributing to the public absolutely free copies of PowerTrader's game-changing book on how regular folks can make the money they need to retire fast. For your free copy, call 1-800-400-0360. Don't let the lack of money rob you of your retirement. Call now for details and get your free copy of this book before it's too late. 1-800-400-0360. But hurry while supplies last. 1-800-400-0360. 1-800-400-0360.
Are you suffering with hearing loss? Are you sick of people constantly complaining that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to speak up? Would you like to hear more clearly, but you don't want to wear a hearing aid that makes you look old? Then you need to try Listen Clear, a life-changing breakthrough precisely designed by top audio engineers to fit your ear almost invisibly. And you can adjust Listen Clear to find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And right now you can try Listen Clear absolutely risk-free with free shipping. We'll even give you free batteries for life. So call now, 1-800-933-1447. Listen Clear is lightweight and completely hassle-free, and it's practically invisible. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-933-1447. That's 1-800-933-1447. 1-800-933-1447.
AM 560, The Answer.
So that case I was trying to think of, that famous incident from about 50 years ago, thanks to our texters, Kitty Genovese. This was the New York case where the woman was stabbed, beaten to death while a bunch of people looked on. And we have some other cases more recently of a similar nature. And the question is, would you intervene? Hines in Peru, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Well, as a concealed carry holder, we were taught in class to be very, very careful on which situations we intervene. For example, a boyfriend-girlfriend, that could be a very touchy situation because they could both turn on you. If it was a child, then that's a different scenario. Most people would understand. The other thing is, and I don't know if previous callers stated this, but as a concealed carry holder, you cannot carry on any public transportation.
Yeah, I understand. It's
difficult.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Hines. In terms of like boyfriend, girlfriend, you don't have to intervene by leading with your weapon. Okay, I mean, unless somebody's
use your words first.
Unless somebody's using a weapon, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure that's compelling. John in Portage Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. How are you guys?
Hello.
I would probably jump in without any hesitation, but the problem is with the city is the criminals have too many rights, and I think people have to worry about. You step in, you help, you beat the guy or you hit him with a club or something, then you're going to get turned around and thrown in jail for excessive force.
Yeah.
So until that gets cleared up, I think a lot more people would hesitate.
Thanks for the call,
Hey,
John. I appreciate it. Yeah, somebody else texted that too. No one wants to get sued, so you don't want to get in legal trouble, civil or criminal. And I understand that, and you're right. The legal regime and plaintiffs' attorneys disincentivize people from doing the right thing. But I think doing the right thing is still worth the risk of legal action against you. And I think you have a lot of people rally to you if you intervene, help someone in need, and then you turn around and are being victimized by the criminal system. I remember Hale DeMar, the famous case in Wilmette, where he shot an intruder into his home. And because there was a gun ban in Wilmette, local authorities in Cook County were going to prosecute him. And then the reaction from people was, what are you talking about? Essentially allowed Hale DeMar to not be prosecuted, put enough pressure on prosecutors to walk it back. Lee in Lake Zurich, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Lee. Lee in Lake Zurich.
Oh, hi. Thanks for taking my call. I'm a retired police officer on the Northwest Side, and I guess the only caution that I would have is unless, and it isn't that I'm not empathetic to the situations that occurred, but unless you're trained for this, it's just going to be another person that's hurt, injured, or potentially killed. You don't know what this person is. The adrenaline's running high. If they got a gun, you may end up by getting shot as well. I guess I would encourage people just to call 911. Get the police and those who are trained to deal with it.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Lee.
Because there's some physical altercations that I'm not going to get a part of.
Yeah, well, we're not talking about women is one thing, men is a different thing. I'm not suggesting you should, but also in terms of calling 911, yes, call 911 when you have the time. When you don't, sometimes you got to react. When somebody's being stabbed, when somebody's being beaten in a train, you don't have the time to call 911.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If the battery pack in your hybrid fails, that can be a huge unexpected expense. Dan Proft here for Midwest Performance Cars. In addition to complete maintenance and repair of European automobiles, Midwest Performance Cars is a certified hybrid shop location. Their technicians have undergone extensive training and can test and recondition your Toyota or Honda hybrid battery pack at a price hundreds less than your dealer. MPC can also perform a comprehensive pre-purchase inspection on hybrid vehicles and and provide an accurate assessment of the health of your hybrid battery pack. The longevity of battery packs is a known drawback of a hybrid vehicle. Midwest Performance Cars offers an exclusive technology that can restore your battery to over 95% of its original performance. Take your hybrid to the dealership with a check engine light and they'll probably tell you that you need a new battery, costing you $3,000 to $5,000. With MPC's battery conditioning technology, you could potentially save up to 50%, keeping thousands of dollars in your pocket. They're located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. Online at MidwestPerformanceCars.com. Midwest Performance Cars, the dealer alternative, an expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. David is now originating loans at Pearl Mortgage. For the past 10 years, David's provided AM 560 listeners, viewers on NBC5 and WGN Morning News with honest, trustworthy advice, competitive rates, and outstanding customer service. The only thing that's changed is David's phone number, email address, website, and where he works. When you were getting divorced, David advised you on how to remove your ex from the home's title, take out money to pay off your ex, protect your home from having your ex destroy your credit, and help you secure financing on a new home. If you're going through or considering a divorce and want to talk to David about a mortgage, call him at his new number, 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. You can also email him, david at perldavid.com, david at perldavid.com, or visit his website, am560david.com. That's am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you. Call David now, 312-751-1333.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Planned Parenthood higher-up is caught on camera bragging about harvesting fetal organs. We'll explain, but first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
A partly sunny start to the day. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Are they dead or trapped or somewhere else? The search resumes today in Kentucky for 6 people unaccounted for after heavy rain led to flash floods.
The water just rose rapidly. It was just unbelievable how fast it rose. Just in a matter of hours.
One woman was found dead in the debris of her shattered mobile home. All the gushing water destroyed more than 100 houses, and rescuers are dealing with knee-deep mud. Another man drowned getting out of his SUV swept up in the floods. 3 years after the massacre in a Colorado movie theater, a jury starts deliberating today if James Holmes was insane.
DA George Brockler said in closing arguments that Holmes' secrecy around planning the shooting means he knew it was wrong. He told his ex-girlfriend a few months before the shooting that his plan to kill was evil.
Sane. Guilty.
Holmes' attorney Dan King said every expert in this case diagnosed him as mentally ill on the schizophrenia spectrum.
Because the mental illness caused this to happen.
If the jurors find him guilty, prosecutors will seek the death penalty. In Centennial, Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News Radio.
Greece desperately needs the money a new bailout would provide, but will Parliament agree to the austerity attached? Lawmakers will vote today. Fox News Radio's Simon Owen, live in our European Bureau.
Dave, reforms to pensions and higher taxes among the measures the Greek Prime Minister needs to ram through Parliament by the end of the day if this bailout deal is to stay alive. There is opposition among lawmakers to more austerity, but the Greek Labour Minister saying a deal is essential. Meanwhile, there's a rift among creditors. The International Monetary Fund saying Europe needs to offer Greece more debt relief if the country is ever to get back on its feet. Dave?
Simon, a fun cruise got a little scary off Cape Cod, Massachusetts last night. The charter boat grounded. All 113 people on board had to be rescued. The last evacuated just before midnight. Nobody was hurt. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
60 degrees and a sunrise in Chicago, 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A beach hazard is up for Illinois and Indiana Lake Michigan beaches this morning with dangerous rip current advisories standing for those beaches through the day. Wet summer and recent heavy rains have left the Kankakee River swollen and communities in Kankakee County fighting flooding. Several parts of Watseka, south of Chicago, underwater after severe storms rolled through the area again. Watseka located along the Iroquois River, 7 feet above flood stage and rising. People may soon see the return of the Stroger tax when buying something in Cook County. County Board votes today on a 1% sales tax increase during a special board meeting. That tax increase rammed through by Board President Tony Preckwinkle, who says the increase would pay for the county workers' pension system and balanced an unbalanced budget. A person living at a Chicago rehab center has died after testing positive for Legionnaire's disease. Chicago Department of Public Health says the unidentified person was infected with Legionella while living at the Warm Bar Pavilion on the Gold Coast. Chicago boy is being called a hero after he saved his sister from being abducted on the north side. Giovanni Ingram and her brother Devontae were walking together Monday in the 3000 block of North Francisco when a man in a white van drove up and began pulling the girl into that vehicle. She was halfway in when her brother helped her get free by grabbing her legs. Police are currently searching for the man who drove off after the incident. And composer Michael Mazer, who wrote and produced some of music's biggest hits, has died. He was 74. His business manager confirming that Mazer died last week in California following a long illness. He was a New York stockbroker when he decided to make good on his lifelong dream of writing music. His first hit, 1973 with Diana Ross, Touch Me in the Morning. Born in Chicago in March of 1941, he was a University of Illinois grad, survived by his wife, 2 daughters, a son, and 2 grandsons. Chicago sports, Americans beat the National League 6-3 to secure home field advantage in the World Series for the 3rd year in a row. The Bulls officially now have signed Mike Dunleavy Jr. and backup guard Aaron Brooks, and Sky forward Elena Delle Donne, the leading vote getter in the WNBA All-Star Game. The news, a service of Autism Speaks and the Ad Council. The odds that your child will be diagnosed with autism are 1 in 68. Catching it early can make a world of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Both political parties want people in this country illegally.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Now, they want them here for different reasons. Democrats believe that these illegals will vote for them. Republicans want the cheap labor. The vast majority of the Republican Party does what big business tells them to do.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN, or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equalizing lender. Licensed law 50 states. And MLS number 3030.
When I would binge, I would feel completely out of control. I would eat so much during my binges. After a binge, I would feel so bad about myself. Hi, I'm Sunny C. Gold. I'm a magazine writer and editor. I was diagnosed with binge eating disorder. My advice to someone suffering is to just get help. There is hope. If you're an adult who's binged at least weekly for 3 months, learn all of the symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor.
Sponsored by Shire.
It is 6:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On northbound Lakeshore Drive, traffic is stop and go from Oakwood to before 31st, where there's a crash involving multiple vehicles. 2 left lanes are blocked. It's at least a 5-minute delay. Southbound, it's fine. Edens is clear now in both directions. Kennedy's delay-free. Inbound Eisenhower slow Manheim to 1st Avenue. 32 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound fine at 29. Northbound I-55 has delays from Lockport Road to before Weber with a crash on the right shoulder. And it's slow Harlem to Kedzie. The Stevenson is 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic is a service of Spot Hero. For an easier commute, download Spot Hero. Spot Hero helps you score discounted parking all over the city. Download the Spot Hero app and get $10 in free parking credit with promo code Radio560. That's Spot Hero with radio promo code Radio560. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, partly sunny, high 74. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 59. Tomorrow, clouds and sun with a shower or a thunderstorm late in the afternoon, high of 79 and a low 71. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
60 degrees at O'Hare, 62 at Midway, and 57 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 6:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller, honoring all of your milestone anniversaries. Stop in to see what sparkles at 123 West Main Street in downtown Barrington.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
The United States, together with our international partners, has achieved something that decades of animosity has not. A comprehensive long-term deal with Iran that will prevent it from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
The leading international powers have bet our collective future on a deal with a foremost sponsor of international terrorism.
If they wanted to end their nuclear program and rejoin the civilized world, they could simply grant us access. They don't.
No wonder there are everybody in the streets celebrating, because they got everything they wanted and the West got nothing at all.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So, illegally trafficking in baby body parts over a glass of wine at lunch. That's what Planned Parenthood's chief butcher was caught on tape doing. This is a story that comes to us and an effort that comes to us from the Center for Medical Progress, who recorded and edited the video of Planned Parenthood Dr. Deborah Nuccatello, the Senior Director of Medical Research, Planned Parenthood's Dr. Mengele, if you will, discussing in graphic detail how to abort a fetus to preserve its organs for medical research, as well as the costs associated with sharing that tissue for science. Trafficking in organs, trafficking in body parts, talking about things that are illegal currently under federal law. Let's have a listen to Dr. Nuccatello.
A lot of people want intact parts these days because they're looking for specific nodes, AV nodes, SA. I was like, wow, I didn't even know. Good for them. Yesterday was the first time she said people wanted lungs. And then, like I said, always as many intact livers as possible.
So that initial sound is a little bit difficult to hear, but she's talking about people's desire for hearts.
Yeah,
for
she
livers.
said that, we've been very good at getting hearts, lungs, livers. More people now want livers, but we have a way that we can get them out so that we can preserve the liver. That's basically what she said. Obviously, she didn't know she was being recorded, and she was very cavalier, as you said, very cocky, just drinking wine and eating food while talking about baby body parts.
Yeah, this
so
is
disgusting, the arrogance of it, and this.
Arrogance.
Well, it's
what she's
a crime.
What she's
she
talking
should be
about
in jail this morning,
right.
but she's not. 312-642-5600.
This is the actual ghoulish, ghastly face of Planned Parenthood being exposed, thankfully, by the Center for Medical Research. This is what they've been doing for many, many years. This is an organization that receives hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer funds for some inexplicable reason. And here's Dr. Nuccatello, the good doctor, talking about cost, the price per specimen.
Okay, so when you are or the affiliate is determining what that is monetary, yes, so that it doesn't raise any question of this is what it's about. This is the main. What price range would you? I'm going to throw a number out. I would say it's probably anywhere from $30 to $100, depending on the facility and what's involved.
The $30 to $100 price, that's per specimen that we're talking about, right? Yeah.
Yes.
$30 to $100 per specimen, depending on the facility and what's involved. That's what Nuccatello says, and she's talking about body parts.
Yes, she is. And muscles, because muscles is a big deal. Muscles from lower extremities and arms. I feel sick to my stomach even talking about this because I had, of course, no idea that this was going on. I've used Planned Parenthood in the past, but just for routine pap smears and things such as that, mammograms, but I did not know that they were selling body parts because I thought that selling body parts, well, I know it's illegal, and partial birth abortions I thought were illegal, but we'll get to that next.
Not if President Obama had his way. They're illegal at the federal level. Remember, we have a president of the United States who not only opposed making partial birth abortions illegal in this state, He also opposed making live birth abortions illegal, which are illegal at the federal level, illegal in this state. Live birth abortion where a baby is born, botched abortion, baby is born, and then the doctor is allowed to kill the baby outside the womb.
Yeah, there was a doctor in Pennsylvania near Philadelphia that did that and then stored him in his freezer. It was just disgusting. Brett Baer did a horrible
this is
hour-long special.
Kermit Gosnell.
Yeah.
The abortion, the mill. It's not a clinic. That makes it sound medical. It's a mill, and that's what Planned Parenthood runs, mills. They are a ghoulish, ghastly organization that was founded by Margaret Sanger, who believes in eugenics, and apparently that's still the order of the day at Planned Parenthood. Now, Dr. Nucatello, the good doctor, talks about how you do it to get parts out intact.
So then you're just kind of cognizant of where you put your graspers. You try to intentionally go above and below the thorax so that, we've been very good at getting heart, lung, liver, because we know that, so I'm not going to crush that part. I'm going to basically crush below, I'm going to crush above, and then I'm going to see if I can get it out intact.
You hear what she's saying? I'm going to crush above, I'm going to crush below. She's talking about the child's body. I'm going to crush above, I'm going to crush below in order to get the parts that I want out intact.
It's absolutely disgusting. I mean, it's a crime. She's admitting to committing a crime on camera, and yet this morning she's walking around free. Yet this morning she's still working for Planned Parenthood.
Of course she is. Why wouldn't she be? What has chastened Planned Parenthood? You don't even have most Republicans that are willing to stand up to this. Frankly, Scott Walker is the only Republican I've heard make as part of his announcement speech as an accomplishment, the governor of Wisconsin, we defunded Planned Parenthood. And this is what he's talking about. It is a ghastly organization, and most Republicans are afraid because they don't want to be accused of, being anti-woman, because Planned Parenthood has convinced so many people that, they're primarily involved in providing primary care to women, that their main reason for existence isn't abortion, and it is abortion based on the number of abortions they do, which is north of 300,000 a year. They're responsible for 27% of all abortions in this country, and it's also the main source of their revenue. A majority of their revenue comes from abortion. All of this, handing out condoms and the other sorts of rather innocuous provisions or services is a small part of what Planned Parenthood does. They are in this business that you're hearing right here. And now let's listen to Nucatello talk about how you get around the federal partial birth abortion ban.
Federal abortion ban is a law, and laws are up to interpretation. So if I say on day one I do not intend to do this, what ultimately happens doesn't matter.
If I say on day one I don't intend to do this, then what ultimately happens doesn't matter.
Because no one's watching them. No one's regulating them.
Because I've stated my intent. I mean, this is the progressive left in all its glory. If I state my intent, then what I do doesn't matter. What she's talking about is a way to get around the federal partial birth abortion ban. And then here is Cecile Richards, the people that did this undercover video. Cecile Richards, who's the president of Planned Parenthood, the undercover people who posed as buyers of fetal organs, fetal tissue, go to Cecile Richards to thank them for allowing them to have this conversation with Nucatello, her chief butcher. And here's how Cecile Richards responds, president of Planned Parenthood.
Cecile, I wanted to thank you so much for Dr. Nucatello. She's been so helpful for the past couple of years. I'm just with the Fetal Tissue Collection. She's been very, very helpful with her to talk to and how to like.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. She's wonderful. That's what Cecile Richards, the president of Planned Parenthood, says.
Planned Parenthood has responded. They're claiming that video that we just played was heavily edited, Dan.
Okay, I'm sure it was.
And in their defense, they're saying this: in healthcare, patients sometimes want to donate tissue to scientific research that can help lead to medical breakthroughs, such as treatments and cures for serious diseases.
Right.
Women at Planned Parenthood who have abortions are no different.
Yeah.
There is no financial benefit for tissue donation for either the patient or for Planned Parenthood, but yet they're selling these tissues for $30 to $100 per specimen.
And the way that Planned Parenthood gets around some of this kind of RICO activity they're involved in, the trafficking in human baby body parts and tissue, is all of the Planned Parenthood mills operate as independent affiliates. Rather than kind of networked to the mothership there, and which is a mothership, I say ironically.
But did any of these patients sign a consent form saying, yes, you can use my fetus, you can sell my fetus, you can sell my baby's body parts and make money? No, of course they didn't. It's all a lie.
And the whitewash is starting already. One observant tweeter noted the Washington Post changed their headline. The original headline for this story in the Washington Post, undercover video shows Planned Parenthood exec discussing organ harvesting. That was changed to undercover video shows Planned Parenthood official discussing fetal organs used for research. Let's clean it all up. Let's
the
clean
left
it all
reporting
up.
on the left.
That's exactly right. Chuck in Delavan, Wisconsin. Chuck?
Going once, Chuck.
Okay, sorry, Chuck. I don't know what happened. A phone issue there.
312-642-5600 is our number. What should happen to Dr. Nucatola? What should happen now to Planned Parenthood?
And Nucatola also aborted her Twitter account. After this story broke yesterday, she took her Twitter account down.
Wow.
She doesn't. She's
probably getting death threats this morning. I can imagine.
Well, I don't know about death threats. She should just. She should be getting a knock on the door from federal authorities. If we're serious about federal laws, she's talking openly about what they do to skirt federal laws. So that demands at least an investigation by the FBI, by the U.S. Attorney's Office. There are Planned Parenthood affiliates all over this country. Some enterprising law enforcement agency might want to consider, upholding the law in this case. I don't know.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine, but a chilly start to this day. You might need a jacket on your way out. 61 degrees right now at O'Hare. Going up to a high of just 74 degrees and a lot cooler along the lakefront. Tonight, a low in the 50s, so no AC needed. And then tomorrow, clouds and sun with a shower or thunderstorm late in the afternoon. Warmer, a high of 79. Let's see how northbound Lakeshore Drive is doing. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. It's jammed. Oakwood to be 431st. There's a collision with two left lanes blocked. We're told there are 6 vehicles involved. So you've got a heavy delay, at least 10, 12 minutes there, starting around Oakwood Boulevard. Southbound, it's fine. The Eden's still clear. Kennedy, a little heavy outbound Central to Sayre, just a 3-minute delay. Inbound, it's still good. About Eisenhower, slow Manheim to First. 33 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 30. Stevenson is 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, got about a 6 or 7 minute delay from 115th to the Ryan. I'm Jim Talamonte, the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Got a great night's sleep last night. Woke up feeling refreshed and energized, all thanks to a pillow from MyPillow. Oh, yes, I've been sleeping on it for, almost a year now, and I love it. I'm addicted to mine, and right now we still have the buy one, get one free deal. So go to MyPillow.com, type Amy, A-M-Y, in the promo code, and you'll get 2 pillows for the price of 1, plus 50% off pillow toppers and all other products. MyPillow, American-made, tens of thousands of satisfied customers, and you could be one too. Hey, if you don't like it, there's a full 60-day money-back guarantee. MyPillow.com. MyPillow, the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
Gary Allan, live in concert. Saturday, July 18th, 7:30 at Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park. With special guests, Dean Alexander and Drew Baldridge. Tickets are on sale now at gbctickets.com. Gary Allan, live in concert. Produced by 111 Productions. Part of the GVC Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The heart of rock and roll is still beating. They say the heart of rock and roll is still beating. Huey Lewis and the News, live and still rockin' in concert. July 19th, Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park with special guest, Gin Blossoms. Truly one of America's great rock and roll bands. Tickets are on sale now at gbctickets.com. Part of the GVC Summer Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, it's Natalie Day with today's health tip. Performance-enhancing veggies help improve circulation, energy, and stamina. At the top of the list are beets because they're loaded with dietary nitrates that boost nitric oxide levels in your body. This equals an increase in energy and stamina without the crash of fake energy drinks. But I'm still not eating beets, period. That's why I'm so excited about Super Beets, the delicious circulation superfood that I drink every day. I mix it with water or a smoothie, and here's the secret. Super Beets are light-dried, so the dietary nitrates are protected. It's great for healthy blood pressure and getting better circulation, even to our most intimate parts. You'll feel the boost in energy and stamina in as little as 20 minutes, guaranteed. Get a bonus 30-day supply free with your first order, plus get the book, Beat the Odds, free and free shipping too. It's guaranteed or your money back. Call 1-800-617-1127. That's 800-617-1127. Or log on to stirsuperbeets.com. That's stirsuperbeets.com.
Getting info to those who need it fast can mean the difference between safety and danger. It can also mean improved operations and increased sales. Dennis Prager here to tell you about Chicago Communications. They are an elite specialist for Motorola Solutions, a leading wireless communication integrator in the area, plus a leading-edge technical provider. From in-building wireless and Wi-Fi to sales, service, and support of simple or advanced wireless systems, Chicago Communications is a one-stop shop for Motorola Solutions and all of your business wireless needs. First responders, utilities, schools, and manufacturers know that Chicago Communications has one of the largest support staffs with the best technical skills. Call 888-369-8969 or visit ChiComm, ChiComm.com to learn more. Chicago Communications, creating the infrastructure behind mobility. 888-369-8969.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. We're talking about the Center for Medical Progress undercover expose on Planned Parenthood and their chief, Dr. Deborah Nucatello, their senior director for medical research.
I love you call her the butcher.
Well, she is.
She's a butcher.
Talk about Orwellian title. Also, there's a question about this video that was posted. It was about 8.5 minutes long, and Planned Parenthood accused the Center for Medical Progress, centerformedicalprogress.org if you want to see that video, of selective editing. Well, the Center for Medical Progress also posted the 2-hour and 40-minute full video unedited, so you can see both. So Planned Parenthood is going to have to come up with a better cover story than that.
Planned Parenthood said this group's purpose is to damage Planned Parenthood's mission and services, and that they secretly recorded videotape falsely portrayals of Planned Parenthood and tissue donation programs that support life-saving scientific research.
It was their senior medical person, in her own words, on video. If they don't like it, then they should stop the practice. I understand Planned Parenthood's position. They have an indefensible position, so they attack their opponent. Right. It's an old trick. I get it. Chuck in Delavan, Wisconsin, you're back.
Hey, there's first of all, there's a place in hell for all these people. I'm 60 years old. In my life, I have never heard a more disgusting story, ever. Maybe our president can take off his cheerleading skirt now that he's done cheerleading for the Iranian nuclear thing and put one on for these guys. That's all I have to say. This is so gross, I can't tell you.
Thanks for the call, Chuck. Appreciate it.
Was that Man-Cow?
Sounded like that voice.
Yes.
More sensible. This is also too where are political leaders, particularly those who consider themselves pro-life and who are in office, or where are they going to stand up to Planned Parenthood? Because we've had Republicans have opportunities to do so before. Republican leadership in the House and the Senate has opportunity to do so before, and they haven't really done it. And one of my favorite observations is from C.S. Lewis, and he wrote once that courage is the formation of virtue at its testing point. In other words, if you don't have courage, then it is impossible to possess any other virtue, because when you are pushed on who you say you are, you will fold, you will relent. And frankly, if we're being honest, the Republican leadership in Congress has folded a lot when pushed. And this is an opportunity to stand unequivocally in defense of human life, a practice that very few people who don't work for Planned Parenthood would support in this country. I understand people of conscience, people of good conscience who can be pro-choice versus pro-life, even though I'm pro-life. I can understand that. This is not pro-choice. That's not what this is.
This is a felony. This is a crime. This is a murderer.
And Planned Parenthood is a murderous organization and this expose demands federal law enforcement to investigate. It demands it.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
People say puffiness and bags under the eyes are the hardest things to get rid of. And if you have them, you know what I'm talking about. So I want to tell you about Genucell stem cell therapy. Stem cell from a plant, a Swiss apple. It's from Chamonix. It targets eye puffiness and bags. I use it and I love it. Genucell is all natural. It's an all natural serum. And with its instant effects is guaranteed to show results in as little as 12 hours or your money back. That's right. Users saw results in only 12 hours with dramatic improvement in 2 weeks. A true Chamonix classic, Genucell contains 8 ingredients to significantly reduce the appearance of bags and puffiness. Plus, Genucell uses patented plant stem cell technology to improve longevity and brilliant long-term results. Call now to try Genucell risk-free. 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Say goodbye to puffiness and bags today. Call in the next 20 minutes and get the legendary Esotique face cream absolutely free just for trying Genucell today. Chamonix is the best skincare line. You'll get the best results or your money back, no questions asked. 800-525-8323. 800-525-8323.
AM 560. The Answer.
Join the Naperville Township Republicans as they welcome South Carolina Senator Tim Scott as guest speaker for their first annual golf outing Monday, August 10th at Stonebridge Country Club in Aurora. For more information and to register, visit 560theanswer.com and enter the keyword Naperville.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, state employees get to keep their full paychecks. Comptroller Leslie Munger will be here with more. And then a reason why you should boycott tonight's ESPY Awards. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Crisp start to the day, sunshine, and 56 degrees right now. Beach hazards are up for Illinois and Indiana Lake Michigan beaches with dangerous rip current advisories in place. The president will hold a news conference later this afternoon on the nuclear agreement with Iran. The president now having to sell to Congress, and many lawmakers are reacting skeptically to the accord, including Kentucky's Senator Rand Paul.
I've been very skeptical of the Iranians' intentions, and I think anything that leaves them with a sufficient nuclear capacity to enrich is a problem, and I think this agreement does that.
Former Connecticut Senator Joe Lieberman says the agreement with Iran is a bad deal.
It is not the good deal with Iran that we all wanted.
Yesterday, the president spent much of the day trying to phone leaders in Europe and the Middle East. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he'll lobby the U.S. Congress to reject the deal.
Amazingly, this bad deal does not require Iran to cease its aggressive behavior in any way.
A spokesman for Israeli opposition leader Yitzhak Herzog says the center-left lawmaker will travel to Washington to discuss Israel's concerns about the nuclear deal. Rescue crews in Kentucky plan to resume their search this morning for 6 people missing from raging floodwaters. 2 have already been confirmed dead. Authorities in Florida say a 3-year-old boy has died after being found in a pool at Disney's Art of Animation Resort. Officials from the Orange County Sheriff's Office say the boy somehow became separated from parents at the hotel and was found in the pool last night. With a July 31 deadline approaching, the House will take up a temporary highway funding bill later today, scraping together $1 billion to keep things going until mid-December. A jury in Centennial, Colorado begins deliberating the fate of the man charged with the 2012 movie theater massacre there. James Holmes is accused of killing 12 and wounding another 70. People may soon see the return of the Stroger tax when buying something in Cook County. County Board at a special meeting today will vote on a 1% sales tax hike. Board President Tony Preckwinkle is pushing for the tax increase, saying she needs it to pay for county workers' pensions and to balance next year's budget. Thousands of state workers are set to receive their first full paycheck of the fiscal year without a budget in place. Illinois Comptroller Leslie Munger's office says they're issuing those checks. Munger will comment on that situation here on AM 560 in our next half hour. And wildlife officials say law enforcement chased a black bear from a residential area in northwest Indiana. Residents reported it was walking on porches and standing against patio doors. The Indiana DNR said Michigan City residents also reported a bear going through the trash Tuesday of this week. Indiana officials confirming the presence of a wild black bear, the first in more than 140 years. Chicago sports, Americans beat the Nationals 6-3 to secure home field advantage in the World Series for the third year in a row. The news, a service of the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's become a summer tradition. And on July 18th, the tradition continues. It's Rockin' for the Troops 2015 with Gary Sinise and the Lieutenant Dan Band.
Let's rock for the troops tonight, right? Are we rocking for the troops?
At Cantini Park in Wheaton.
Everybody clap your hands, come on!
Get your tickets before they're gone. Stop by Jewel Osco stores in Wheaton, Naperville, or Bolingbrook, or visit 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword Rockin'. Sponsored in part by M.J. Miller Jewelers in Barrington.
At Kubota, value means getting more than you expected for less than you thought. See your Kubota dealer today for incredible finance offers and instant cash rebates. That's value. That's Kubota.
Bosch Power Tools are rugged, reliable, and packed with innovation to help you get the job done right. Every day, every job. But pros like you can be tough on their tools. So, when it comes time for service, the Bosch Factory Service Center in nearby Addison is ready to get you back on the job fast. We carry genuine Bosch parts and have factory-trained technicians who can restore your Bosch power tool to peak performance. Over 90% of these repairs are done in 24 hours or less. Why not find out for yourself? During the month of July, bring your Bosch power tool to the Factory Service Center in Addison for maintenance or repair. Mention you heard this on AM 560 The Answer, and you'll get a free Bosch bit or blade to try out. You can call 1-877-BOSCH-99 or visit BoschTools.com and click the service tab to find the hours and address. 877-BOSCH-99 or visit BoschTools.com.
Gary Allen, live in concert. Saturday, July 18th, 7:30 at Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park. With special guests, Dean Alexander and Drew Baldridge. Tickets are on sale now at gvctickets.com. Gary Allen, live in concert. Produced by 111 Productions. Part of the GVC Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The heart of rock and roll is still beating. They say the heart of rock and roll is still beating. Huey Lewis and the News. Live and still rockin' in concert. July 19th. Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park. With special guest, Gin Blossoms. Truly one of America's great rock and roll bands. Tickets are on sale now at gvctickets.com. Part of the GVC Summer Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
6:36. Let's get an update on your ride to work this morning in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. It's looking like another heavy morning on northbound 294. The Tri-State has delays from 95th to LaGrange Road, and it's very slow from the Reagan Tollway through the Grand Avenue curve. Eastbound Adams Tollway now a bit heavy from Lee to Manheim. Edens inbound 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 20. The Kennedy 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown outbound 28. Inbound Eisenhower 34 minutes, Thorndale to downtown outbound 32. Stevenson is 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic service at the Cook County Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We all play a role in keeping our community safe. If you see something suspicious, say something. Call 855-RPRT-2S4. Suspicious activity can be found in many ways. Pay attention to your surroundings, on public transportation, at concerts, and in your everyday life. See something, say something. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. We'll have a partly sunny day ahead and pleasant. And remember, those beach warnings are up for the rip currents along Lake Michigan today. High 74 and a low of 59 overnight. It's 59 at O'Hare and along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Autumn Leaves Memory Care Communities, now open in Glen Ellen. Take a virtual tour at autumnleaves.com.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Amy, this whole battle between Bruce Rauner and Leslie Munger on the one hand, and the Madigans, Speaker Madigan and Attorney General Madigan, which is how they refer to each other.
Yes. Hi,
yeah.
Dad. I mean, hello, Speaker Madigan.
Right.
Merry Christmas. Happy Father's Day.
Attorney General Madigan. Can you pass the salt, Speaker Madigan? Yes, they're on opposite sides. It's almost like a custody battle, and they're making arguments about who is going to treat state workers better, who should be in custody of state workers. And it'd be nice if the public sector union leadership stopped treating adults like children, but that's another story. Well, we're now joined by Illinois Comptroller Leslie Munger. Leslie, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Happy to be here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. So Lisa Madigan is really intent on not paying state workers. She has now petitioned the Illinois Supreme Court for a stay or for further ruling, I guess, on whether or not state workers can be paid absent a budget.
Right. Isn't that an interesting twist these days? So the courts have been very confusing. As you probably know, we've talked before. I can only pay funds from the state if I have a budget appropriated or an order from the court. And on the payroll issues, we have been in and out of court over the last couple of weeks. We've had conflicting orders. We did get an order last Thursday from a St. Clair County circuit judge that ordered us to pay all state employees in order to comply with the Fair Labor Standards Act. And this is really important because all along, one of my big concerns is federal fines that are triple what the payroll is if we do not pay certain groups of workers in the state correctly. So as soon as we got that order, we ran that payroll so we could make all the dates we had to. And honestly, I think it's the right thing to do. We ask people to show up to work and to provide services for the state. The state cannot function without them. So I'm grateful for the judge's order.
And now
to do that.
And just a point of order on this. The Supreme Court gave both sides until July 20th to file motions objecting to Lisa Madigan's motion. So that means checks, at least for July 15th, will go out, right?
Right. We ran the payroll. Today's payday for about 20,000 different state employees. We have 10 different payroll systems in the state. People are paid on staggered timing, but about a third of the state's payroll went out today.
But we don't know how long this is going to last if the Illinois Supreme Court reverses the lower court's decision.
That's correct. So we are going back into court, fighting to pay the workers of the state, again, who we asked to come to work. And I think it's just ironic, I've mentioned this before, that the legislature voted themselves continuing pay so that whether or not they're doing their jobs, they will get paid under the law. But the people who have to show up and make sure that their paychecks go out would not be paid without the work that we're doing now.
Why can't we flip-flop and have the lawmakers not get paid and have the state employees get paid?
Yeah,
Yes.
that certainly seems more fair, doesn't it?
Right, not get paid permanently, the
Right.
legislators. Hey, but
They'll
also,
at least get a budget.
in addition to legislators, judges get paid regardless too, correct?
That's correct. The legislature and the judges are covered under the continuing resolution.
Well, so that may incentivize judges to not want to risk the ire of state workers. If they're getting paid, they better decide on the right side of this issue, which is other people get paid for work performed too.
Right. I just like to remind all those people who are have to consider this that if we don't get the rest of the state workers paid, they won't get their checks because there'll be no one showing up to run those checks and get them sent out. So.
And what's been the response in your office as you talk to state workers about this budget impasse and this particular part of the budget impasse, this rather bizarre fight over whether state workers should be paid who are working?
I've heard from so many people across the state. I was actually just in Rockford last night I went out to visit an organization that serves developmentally disabled adults, the Barbara Olson Center for Hope. And when I was out in Rockford, talked to several people who are state employees, and they're all just so grateful. You know, people don't realize that we have a lot of people in our state who really work because they want to help people, but they don't get paid a lot. And so when they don't get their paychecks, they can't afford their Metro passes or their just basic services that they normally get, childcare for their kids so they can show up and do their jobs.
Well, Leslie, I want you to know you're a hero among state prison guards. I work out every Friday with prison guards from Stateville. And
in the yard you work out,
yeah,
in the prison yard.
No, but they love you, and somebody's fighting for them at least because, and they still don't know. I reminded one on Friday what was going on, that no, now you are going to get paid, now you are going to get your overtime, but now I have to go back and tell them that might be reversed. Do you want to deliver the message instead of me?
Oh, sure. You are going to be paid today, and it's because the governor and I have been working very hard to get orders in place that would allow us legally to get the state workers of Illinois paid. And we are going back into court to try and fight for all this, and we hope that the courts will rule in our favor going forward. And so thank them. I'd just like to thank everyone out there who's a state employee for your continued service, and we're here to help.
All right, keep the fight. Illinois Comptroller Leslie Munger, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And she joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
You should come to our class, Dan. Fridays, Elk Grove Village at the Park District here. There's a lot of prison guards. You'd like them.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You look
sounds good.
You look
I know,
receiving.
this sounds like a hit.
Well, we're going to take a hit in the weather because it's going to be cold today. 59 degrees right now, going up to a high of 74. Tomorrow, some clouds and sun. Shower or thunderstorm late in the afternoon. A little bit warmer, a high of 79. Let's see how northbound Lakeshore Drive is shaping up because of that crash. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. Good morning, Dan. Northbound Lakeshore Drive still a little heavy before 31st. That earlier multi-vehicle crash is gone now, and all lanes are open. The delays have shifted farther north to the usual place. It's stop and go from the Stevenson to just before Jackson. You're looking at about a 10-minute delay. Eden's inbound, 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 20. The Kennedy is 25 minutes, so here to downtown, but outbound 32. The inbound Ike, 38 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 37. The Stevenson is 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 22 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, it's slow, 95th to LaGrange Road. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, then very slow from the Reagan Tollway through the Grand Avenue Curve. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
And now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The earnings season heating up. New reports on the health of the economy and Fed Chair Yellen testifying on Capitol Hill. Those stories next.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I had numerous credit cards, and I was struggling with paying them off because being a teacher, you don't make a whole lot of money.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360 to talk to a certified counselor.
I had heard about Trinity, so I made the call. They took care of all of my credit cards, and now I am completely debt-free.
Trinity will consolidate your bills, stop collections calls, stop late fees, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
The people at Trinity are very friendly. They will do whatever you need them to do in order for you to feel better about being in a very difficult place.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-758-5360.
My name is Ann, and I'm debt-free for keeps.
That's 1-800-758-5360.
Investors hoping to push stocks higher for a fifth straight session. Investors sifting through earnings from Bank of America, CSX, Delta, and Yum Brands. Celgene sharply higher in extended trading. Celgene buying Receptos for more than $7 billion. We'll have the latest reports on wholesale inflation, industrial production, New York area manufacturing, and the Fed's Beige Book on the economy. Reports on China's economy will also influence the direction of the market. Fed Chair Yellen appearing before the House Financial Services Committee. Yellen delivering her semi-annual report on the economy and the direction of interest rates. And we're watching reaction to the Energy Department's report on crude oil and gasoline inventories. Please join us for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
I can tolerate a lot of things. I tolerate the annoying way my son-in-law Tom says schedule. I tolerate my buddy's weird snort laugh. I even tolerate my neighbor who hasn't returned my tools. I'm looking at you, Mike. I can see my wrench from here. But as I've gotten older, the one thing I can't tolerate is risk surrounding my retirement. I'm not about to risk missing out on the things I've always wanted to do, or worse yet, risk having to go back to work. I need to do everything I can to make sure that my financial plan stays the course. I won't tolerate anything less than that.
At the Mutual Fund Store, we understand that every investor is unique and has different levels of risk they can tolerate. Let us help you find an investing strategy that fits your needs and comfort level. Schedule a free portfolio review with us today.
Hi, I'm Doug Bash with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Summer is here, and your business can't afford mechanical issues with its HVAC system. You also don't want just anyone doing the job. When you want the best trained and skilled team, you want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading full-service mechanical HVAC and refrigeration provider. Each year, Air Comfort invests in ongoing staff training to keep up with changes in technology and products. Why is training so important? Because Air Comfort understands that doing the job the right way the first time is just the beginning of a long-term relationship with its clients. That's why Air Comfort is a proud supporter of the UA Standard of Excellence and is certified as a star contractor by MSCA. With more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby to serve your HVAC needs. For more than 80 years, Air Comfort has earned the trust of thousands of customers with businesses just like yours. To find out more, call 708-345-1900 or visit them online at aircomfort.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, tonight's the big night. The ESPY Awards are going to be held, and normally they're held on ESPN. They always have been because it's an ESPN award for excellence in sports and courage. But so many people are interested in it because of the person receiving the ESPY Award that they actually moved the ESPY Awards to ABC, to primetime TV. You can watch it at 7 o'clock tonight, but you know, when they announced that Caitlyn Jenner was going to receive the Arthur Ashe Courage Award, there was a lot of backlash. A lot of people, I just see this as a ratings grab because, of course, when, you know, Caitlyn got on Twitter, she received 1 million followers like that. And, of course, she's tweeting out that she's going to be receiving this award and it's free publicity on her end where she could promote her own agenda. But if she was if Caitlyn Jenner was Bruce Jenner, she wouldn't be receiving this award.
Caitlyn Jenner is Bruce Jenner.
Okay.
Putting a wig and lipstick on doesn't make you a woman. Hate to break it to Caitlyn. In addition to that, ESPN and the ESPY, quote-unquote, Courage Award, I'm sorry for Arthur Ashe's memory, who was a courageous individual, but we have to put the courage in quotation marks now. It's become the sports equivalent of the Nobel Peace Prize. It's just completely driven by leftist politics. And frankly, ESPN, as much as I enjoy it and as much of a sports nut as I am, ESPN is always at the footstool of leftist progressive politics.
Well, I think we should boycott watching tonight's ESPY Awards because of the fact that Caitlyn Jenner...
Done.
Done? You've already made other plans,
No
Dan?
problem.
Well, ESPN came out, the producers, and they just said, look, we think Caitlyn's decision to publicly come out as a transgender woman and live as Caitlyn Jenner displays enormous courage and self-acceptance.
Isn't she a transvestite, not transgender?
Yeah, transvestite now, cross-dresser. Bruce Jenner could have easily gone off into the sunset as this American hero and never have dealt with this publicly. Doing so took enormous courage. That's why we are giving him an award as one of the greatest athletes of our time.
You know what? I don't have any animosity towards Bruce/Caitlyn Jenner on this because he's ill. He's not a happy person. He's in a bad place. It's clear. I feel empathy for him. I hope he gets help because this is not going to make him a happy person, what he's done. What sickens me is the people that celebrate this and for their own kind of pecuniary interest, for their own misplaced sense of moral rectitude, the people like the ESPN producers that you just quoted.
Yeah, I mean, look what Bob Costas said, who's aligning himself with conservative thought pattern. He's calling this tabloid play. He said it's despicable. It's horrifying what they're doing, that they should not be giving him this award. A much more worthy person to receive it is Lauryn Hill, the college basketball player. I don't know if you saw her, but she had a terminal brain cancer, and she continued to play as often as she could. And it brought tears to my eyes watching her because she gave so much, 100% on the court every time she played.
Yeah,
and she raised millions of dollars for pediatric cancer along the way. And I know she died, but she was supposed to receive the award posthumously. But then here comes Caitlyn Jenner, look at me, me. I'm going to become a woman now. Look at me. I mean,
You know who should get
so selfish of ESPN to not give this award to her.
That woman was a deserving recipient. Also, another deserving recipient. The entire Chicago Bears, the entire 2014-2015 Chicago Bears, excluding Jay Cutler for having to play with Jay Cutler.
Stop it.
That would have been. I would have been fine with that as well.
312-642-5600 is the number. I mean, is she deserving of this award? It's kind of a.
Who's she?
Caitlyn Jenner. Should she receive the Arthur Ashe Courage Award?
Him.
Well,
Shim.
All right, we'll agree on Shim.
Will and Skokie on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, if you're talking about brave transgendered, you should look back a number of years to the 60s to Dr. Renee Richards, who actually had the surgery. She actually was transgendered, at least after a fashion, and she actually did then play a sport afterwards. Bruce Jenner is not going to play a sport anymore. Bruce Jenner never had the surgery. Bruce Jenner is just looking for publicity for his TV show.
And so is ABC.
ESPN's just jumping in to be, to be proper and correct in today's society.
Yeah, whichever way the wind blows. Thanks for the call, Will.
Remember back in 1993, Jimmy V's speech?
Jim Valvano.
Yeah. Do you think Caitlyn Jenner is going to deliver something such as this?
And when people say to me, how do you get through life or each day, it's the same thing. To me, there are three things we all should do every day. If we do this every day of our life, you're going to have, what a wonderful, number one is laugh. You should laugh every day. Number two is think. You should spend some time in thought. And number three is you should have your emotions moved to tears. Could be happiness or joy. But think about it. If you laugh, you think, and you cry, that's a full day. That's a heck of a day. You do that 7 days a week, you're going to have something special.
Maybe in honor of Jimmy V, Caitlyn Jenner will come dressed up as Derek Whittenberg or Lorenzo Charles. Remember that? Remember that shot from 1983?
Right.
Derek Whittenberg or Lorenzo Charles. May he rest in peace, Lorenzo Charles. Still remember that.
Instead of talking about what she's going to be saying tonight, people on social media are deciding, oh my gosh, what is she going to wear tonight?
It's a man, baby.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio, Chicago's safe money strategist on the impending rise in interest rates.
Even Janet Yellen knows it. You can read it all over her face. She knows the second they raise it even by a quarter point, that bubble's going to pop.
Join Raj Shah for Secure Retirement Radio, strategies for building and protecting your money. Sundays at 7 a.m. here on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rose the man.
I'm sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rose the man.
I heard him the first time. For any cooling need, call 855-1HOUR today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rose the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
A great night out awaits you courtesy of ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Take advantage of a deal for a sumptuous dinner at the award-winning Buckingham Steakhouse. Enjoy an evening surrounded by luxurious decor, attentive service, all while dining on the finest in prime steaks and seafood. You can buy a $100 certificate for only $50. Hey, are you tired of visiting the usual burger joints? Well, give your taste buds a thrill at Prime Burger House. Be blown away with the decadence of their handcrafted creations like the Surf and Turf Burger, which combines their butchered on-site prime beef patty with a lobster tail perched on top. A $50 gift certificate, only $20 at CRD. There are even awesome deals for the Indulge Show Kitchen Seafood Buffet and regular buffet. These family-friendly restaurants are all located in the Pavilion at Grand Victoria and Elgin. See details at ChicagoRadioDeals.com and the restaurant listings. Check in every week for dinner and entertainment deals only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Market volatility, high living costs, and taxes leave even wealthy investors baffled. Add the confusion of assets and multiple accounts scattered over years of investing, and it's no wonder people have no clue if they're on track to meet their financial goals. If this describes you, I can help. My name is Frank Williams, Senior Director Investments with Oppenheimer & Company Incorporated. With almost 30 years of experience in financial services, I'm offering AM 560 listeners with over $500,000 in investment assets a no-obligation private consultation. Let's discuss how to coordinate all your assets into one financial strategy that can help you address your financial goals and maintain your lifestyle. There's no sales hype or pressure. Please call me, Frank Williams, directly for your private consultation. I look forward to helping you.
Call Frank Williams at 312-360-5650. That's 312-360-5650. Oppenheimer & Company Inc. transacts business on all principal exchanges. Member SIPC.
Coming up on ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Did I say Chicago?
Or,
oh, my
or
God.
Chicago's Morning
Hey,
Answer.
coming
Has there been a coup d'etat?
Yes, there has.
Apparently.
Is there a gas leak in here?
I'll tell you, Steve Moore, Chief Economist for the Heritage Foundation. We're going to check in with our friend Steve Moore at 7:07, see how his debate against former Enron advisor Paul Krugman went.
And then we'll have the winners announced. We'll announce the winners to our contest. But first, let's go back into the newsroom here. Mike, just go. Take it.
Too much time in the salt cave. Cook County to vote on a 1% sales tax hike today. We'll follow that story for you. The last defendant in a cemetery desecration case has pleaded guilty. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. The Donald is the leader. Trump tops yet another presidential poll. First in the new USA Today Suffolk survey of likely Republican voters. He gets 17%. Jeb Bush second. Scott Walker third.
I will tell you, from Hillary's standpoint, the one person she doesn't want running against her is Donald Trump.
However, that same poll shows among all voters, Trump does worse than any of the Republicans head-to-head against the Democratic frontrunner. Clinton leads him 51 to 34%. Of course, Trump getting a lot of criticism over and some support over his views on illegal immigrants. President Obama will defend that nuclear deal with Iran and take questions about it later today. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
The president will continue to sell the agreement during a news conference today at the White House. Yesterday, he said it would be a mistake to walk away from the deal and called on the Republican-led Congress to approve it.
My administration stands ready to provide extensive briefings on how this will move forward.
Lawmakers have 60 days to review the agreement. House Speaker John Boehner.
If, in fact, it's as bad a deal as I think it is at this moment, we'll do everything we can to stop it.
The president has said he'll veto any legislation blocking the agreement. Dave.
Rachel, there's fear of more flooding in eastern Kentucky as crews go back out to look for 6 people still unaccounted for in the flash floods that killed 2 others and swept up and destroyed homes, more than 100 of them. Jurors in Colorado will start deliberating James Holmes' fate the day after his attorney asked them
to do good, to be strong,
which to him,
and do the right thing,
which to him would be this verdict.
He's not guilty by reason of insanity.
But prosecutors say Holmes knew right from wrong and was a cold, calculating killer and should be convicted of mass murder for his movie theater shooting spree 3 years ago that left 12 people dead and more than 70 injured. This winter's record snow in Boston is finally gone. A giant 75-foot dirty pile of it built by plows full of garbage at last has melted and only took until mid-July. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and sun, 58 degrees. Right now it's 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. There is a beach hazard warning up for Illinois and Indiana Lake Michigan beaches with dangerous rip current advisories up and posted. A wet summer and recent heavy rains have left the Kankakee and Iroquois rivers swollen, flooding out and drowning several parts of Watseka, sitting about 90 miles south of Chicago this morning. Many parts of that town are underwater. The Iroquois River itself 7 feet above flood stage and rising. Cook County residents flooded with taxes, and they may see soon the water turn on the Stroger tax again. You may see that Stroger tax applied when buying something in Cook County, as the board will vote on that 1% sales tax hike during a special board meeting. Board President Tony Preckwinkle is pushing for the increase, saying it would pay for county workers' pensions. The last of 4 defendants accused of digging up graves, dumping human remains, and reselling plots at a suburban cemetery has pleaded guilty to the charges. Maurice Daly was a backhoe operator at Burr Oak Cemetery in Elsip. The Illinois Senate expected to vote later today on a temporary budget. The $2.3 billion one-month spending plan would fund certain services and would pay state workers through July. Chicago boy is being called a hero after he saved his sister from abduction on the north side. Giovanni Ingram and her brother Devontae were walking Monday in the 3000 block of North Francisco when a man in a van drove up and began pulling that girl into his vehicle. She was halfway in when the brother helped her get free by grabbing her legs. Chicago sports. Last night, the Americans beat the National League 6-3, a junior circuit win to secure home field advantage in the World Series for the 3rd year in a row. Chicago Sky forward Elena Delle Donne, the leading vote getter for the WNBA All-Star Game. Indiana's Tamika Catchings from the suburbs of Chicago and New York's Tina Charles will join Delle Donne in the Eastern Conference's front court. The news, a service of Massage Envy. Your skin has seen a lot this summer. Get ready for the rest of it during the Summer Glows Skin Care event at Massage Envy. Come in now through August 2nd. Get $10 off your Murad Healthy Skin Facial. Schedule today. Participating Massage Envy locations, only see clinic for details. 7:04 is our time, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Money. It affects every part of your life. Whether it's saving for college for your kids, saving for retirement for yourself, or just finding a way to get out of debt. But do you really have a strategy to make the most of your money?
Someone tell people this is going to happen. It's called life.
Listen to the Dave Ramsey Show to learn practical tools for managing and growing your money.
You have to think.
Tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Eating uncontrollably during a binge. Eating far more than others would in a similar situation. Eating and then feeling terrible. Binging at least weekly for 3 months. Sound familiar?
Hi, I'm Monica Seles. I got to achieve my Grand Slam title, but off the tennis court, my binge eating was just uncontrollable. My doctor said it was binge eating disorder. There is hope.
Adults, get the full symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor.
Sponsored by Shire.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN. Or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. And MLS number 3030.
7:05, and in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, the latest on the morning commute with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the northbound side of the tri-state, traffic is slow from around I-80 to 159th Street. That's due to a crash in the right lane. Then it's just moved to the right shoulder as I say that. Farther north, there are pretty heavy delays. 111th to LaGrange Road from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway through the Grand Avenue Curve. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow Bartlett Road to Barrington Road. Reagan Tollway has delays to Fox River to 59 at 83 to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial, slow 75th to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. Eden's inbound, 23 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. Kennedy, 27 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 32. Inbound Ike, 39 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 38. Stevenson, 43 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39. The Rhine is 21 minutes. 95th to downtown. Northbound Lakeshore Drive, stop and go from the Stevenson to Jackson. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Let's get an update on your morning forecast. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Partial sunshine today with a high 74, partly cloudy night, low 59. Tomorrow, clouds and sun with a late afternoon shower or thunderstorm with a high 79, then a strong thunderstorm at night, low 71. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
Currently 59 at O'Hare, 61 along Chicago's lakefront, 63 Midway. Our next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, powered by Tandem HR and sponsored by Everett College Funding. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
The United States, together with our international partners, has achieved something that decades of animosity has not. A comprehensive long-term deal with Iran that will prevent it from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
The leading international powers have bet our collective future on a deal with a foremost sponsor of international terrorism.
If they wanted to end their nuclear program and rejoin the civilized world, they could simply grant us access. They don't.
No wonder there are everybody in the streets celebrating, because they got everything they wanted and the West got nothing at all.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
What up? Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. And I'm saying what up, because we're going to announce the winners of our rap name contest.
That's right.
We had this thing yesterday, come up with rapper names for me and Amy, because we, in honor of, I guess, the Chief Keef story and the concert that he's having coming up this weekend.
Yeah, Friday night, the hologram.
Yeah. And so we got a lot of tweeters offer their best suggestions. We had some good ones. Alex P. Keaton, AJ Squishy Jake, and the Vanilla Cat.
I love that one.
It's not bad.
That's good. I like this one. MC Northwestern White Boy.
NWB. Yeah, that's pretty good.
And Amy is Misunderstanding. Not the best. Not your best work.
From the Amish texter, AJ Bumpa Chica and Danny D. Flash. That's okay.
I like this one from Johnny Bishop. Lil Proft and Lady Outrage.
Those are all good, but the winner is our friend, Steve on 88 for Notorious GDP and Marley Milf. So Steve on 88, Brad Thor's code of conduct is en route to the destination of your choice. Congratulations on your big victory there.
Yes.
And speaking of Notorious GDP, it's time to talk to our friend, the Sultan of Supply Side Economics. We need to come up with a shorter rap name for Steve Moore, the Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks for joining us.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
So you debated former Enron advisor Paul Krugman last week. I read an account of that debate in Reason, and it suggested that Krugman was a little bit more reasonable than he normally is on the pages of the New York Times. Is that right?
Well, I mean, I think the way to summarize that debate is down goes Krugman, down goes.
There you go. But good Howard Cosell, you do. Yes.
It was an amazing debate. By the way, he at the last minute he pulled he had a clause in his contract that he was allowed to veto any cameras being in the room. So all of the TV cameras were removed. So unfortunately, C-SPAN and CNN and others that were going to cover it were not allowed to. But you can probably get a bootleg copy of the debate on YouTube. But
I didn't think Paul Krugman showed up on Photograph.
Yeah. Well, look, here's the thing. I mean, he was more reasonable than usual. But I hit him hard on a couple things that he had no response on. I mean, one is what's happening in Greece, what's happening in Argentina, what's happening in Venezuela, what's happening in France and, Spain and Italy and Puerto Rico and Connecticut and Detroit. All of these places have used the kind of Paul Krugman model, right, of Keynesian economics to try to rebuild their economies. And all over the world, these models are going bankrupt. And, I asked him, how do you explain yourself? How do you explain that these government interventions have been a disaster and bankrupting all of these places? He didn't have much of a response. And then, the most interesting thing is I asked him about the stimulus plan, because the Keynesian stimulus plan that Obama put in place that didn't create many jobs.
Not big enough, that's why. Wasn't big enough.
Yeah, it wasn't. How did you not? That's what he said. It was that, sure, we borrowed $7 trillion over 6 years, but we should have borrowed 10 or 12 or 14 trillion. If we'd done that, everything would have been wonderful. I'm like, really? Paul, really? $7 trillion of borrowing and $4 trillion of printing money wasn't enough. But that was his explanation for why the economy's so lousy right now.
Did he have any explanation for what's going on in Greece? And could Greece's economy be a lesson for us here in the U.S.?
Well, his argument there was there's too much, quote, austerity in Greece, austerity. And I said, really, Paul? I mean, I had the statistics. I showed the chart. Greece's spending went up from about 43% of GDP to 59% of GDP in 2013. Now it's at about 50% of GDP. I mean, that the government is too small in Greece. Is that really the problem? Look, the real problem in Greece is that you've got people retiring before the age of 55, and you've got half of the young people are not working. So it's a typical example of when you run out of other people's money, you go bankrupt, and that's what's happened in Greece. But it was one other really funny moment was I nailed him on this issue. We talked about the states. Why is it the red states of the South, states like Texas and states like Florida and states like Tennessee and states like Arizona are doing so well, and states like California and New York and Illinois and New Jersey and Connecticut are doing so poorly. And the left doesn't have a very good response to this because those blue states have done everything they told them to do. And you know what his explanation was? He said air conditioning. He said that's why these states are doing so well, air conditioning. And I said, well, gee, that's an interesting thing. If everybody's moving for the weather, why are people moving out of San Diego and moving to Houston?
Right. That's right. Yeah. That's fascinating. That's a good one. It's interesting to me that you point this out because essentially Krugman's position as this Keynesian and in a less intellectual version of it, Nancy Pelosi famously saying that unemployment checks are stimulus to the economy, is the idea that every dollar the government spends has a positive multiplier effect. And if that were true, then we should just turn over all our money to the government and we would, be the land of milk and honey.
Well, that's exactly right. And when you've got places like Greece that are spending 50 to 60% of the GDP, and you're saying that's not enough, that's where you're headed, right? And I think this. By the way, he also said we should have $15 to $20 an hour minimum wage in this country, $15 to $20 an hour. And I said, well, who's going to, hire my sons who are worth, $8 or $10 an hour? But I think that the liberals, what I came away from is because he's the intellectual leader of the left on economics, they're out of excuses. They don't have many good explanations for why their policies have led to these destructive results. And he talked about California being the big liberal success story because California is on a comeback right now economically. But I said, well, look, California is the state that has about the highest income inequality of any state in the country. It's a great state to live in if you're really, really rich, and it's a great state to live in if you're poor because you get all the welfare benefits. But what's happened in California is the middle class is being hollowed out. And, these are the people who talk about income inequality being the biggest problem in the country, and yet their policies are creating income inequality.
That voice belongs to Stephen Moore, chief economist at the Heritage Foundation. I thought of you yesterday, Stephen, with the Iranian nuclear deal being signed, and I wanted to ask you, is this going to affect oil prices?
That's an interesting question. I was asked that on Fox yesterday. I think, look, if Iran is able to increase its production now and put that oil on the international market, it'll cause prices to fall somewhat. And we're at right now about $50 to $55 a barrel oil. it could bring prices down by another $3 or $4 a barrel. And look, lower oil prices are a good thing for sure. But what really worries me about this deal, and I was on Fox yesterday, is people say, well, look, Reagan made these deals with the Soviets to disarm and so on. And the big difference between this deal and what Reagan did was that Reagan was negotiating from strength, right? First thing Reagan did was rearm America, and then he went to the bargaining table with the Soviets, with all sorts of a rebuilt American military. In this case, we're not. This is not peace through strength; it's peace through weakness.
Well, right,
and that's what really worries me.
Reagan wasn't arming the Soviets; he wasn't giving them nuclear weapons. That was
Exactly.
that's a big difference. But before we let you jump, I also want to get your take on Hillary Clinton's speech on economics, such as it was this week. The growth and fairness economy, that's what we need. But when the left says fairness, they really mean redistribution.
Of course they do. And look, the reason that speech was important is that, we're all trying to figure out who is Hillary Clinton. I mean, which Hillary Clinton? In an editorial I wrote, I called this Hillary 3.0 because this is a reinvention of Hillary. And it's not a good reinvention because the big question is, do we want this Democratic Party today in 2015? Is this a party that will go back to the Clintonomics era and the new Democrat era of free trade, balanced budgets, welfare reform, the kinds of things that happened in Bill Clinton's era, which were good for the economy, or will it be Obamonomics? More government spending, more government regulation, more redistribution, and basically what Hillary told us in her speech, Dan, was that if you elect Hillary Clinton, you're not getting Bill Clinton's third term, you're getting Barack Obama's third term. And I don't think very many Americans want that.
Yeah, the DLC Democrats are long gone. Steve Moore, Chief Economist at the Heritage Foundation, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Okay, guys. See you soon. Take care.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine, but a cool start to your day. 61 degrees at O'Hare right now, going up to a high of 74 degrees. Tonight, back into the 50s we go, so no need for your air conditioning. And then tomorrow, clouds and some sun. We do have a quick shower or thunderstorm late in the afternoon, high of 79 degrees. Let's see if Lakeshore Drive northbound side is cleared up at all. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. We have delays on northbound Lakeshore Drive. Now they're in the usual places. It's stop and go from the Stevenson to just before Jackson. Earlier, there was a crash near 31st. That's gone. That area is now clear, and the southbound side looks good. Northbound Tri-State, really slow, 111th to LaGrange Road, heavy approaching the Hinsdale Oasis, and jammed from 31st through the Grand Avenue curve in Bensonville. Eastbound Reagan Tollway slow from the Fox River to 59 and Myers to the Tri-State. The Edens is 21 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 24. The Kennedy is 27 minutes. O'Hare to downtown and outbound 35. The Ike 37 minutes. Thorndale to downtown outbound 35. Stevenson 43 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive and outbound 39. The Ryan 21 minutes. 95th to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte in the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I know you want to work with a Chicagoland real estate agent with qualified buyers who can guarantee to sell your home. That's why you should call Saul Z and the Z team. The average agent sells 8 homes a year. As a top agent with great marketing, Saul averages over 300. If 29 days pass without a sale on your listing, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything. If you aren't happy, cancel the contract. For example, Jason had his Hinsdale home on the market for 10 months with another agent. He switched the listing to Saul, and in a very short time period, the home sold for $806,000, a full $37,000 above the original list price. Wow, $37,000 above list price. The Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell or buy a home. Go to callsaul.net. That's Saul, SAUL.net, to find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
Be honest. Will owning a bigger TV help you get ahead in life? Will another pair of shoes make you a better person? Probably not. But what if you could speak another language? If acquiring a new language excites you more than acquiring more stuff, then wait until you hear this. As part of its biggest language learning event in history, Rosetta Stone is giving away demos of its powerful language learning software absolutely free. For your free demo, call 1-800-495-9822. And Rosetta Stone has made language learning more convenient than ever. Learn on your computer or iPad, then practice on the go with your smartphone or MP3 player without ever opening a book or memorizing boring vocabulary again. Do you want more stuff, or do you want a language that will last a lifetime? After all, it's all about priorities. To try a free demo of this powerful language learning software, call 1-800-495-9822. Again, get your free demo now. 1-800-495-9822. That's 1-800-495-9822.
Are you suffering with hearing loss? Are you sick of people constantly complaining that your TV is too loud? Are you tired of asking people to speak up? Would you like to hear more clearly, but you don't want to wear a hearing aid that makes you look old? Then you need to try Listen Clear, a life-changing breakthrough precisely designed by top audio engineers to fit your ear almost invisibly. And you can adjust Listen Clear to find the perfect way to hear everything, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. And right now you can try Listen Clear absolutely risk-free with free shipping. We'll even give you free batteries for life. So call now, 1-800-933-1447. Listen Clear is lightweight and completely hassle-free, and it's practically invisible. Call for your 100% risk-free home trial with free shipping and free batteries for life. For free information, call now. 1-800-933-1447. That's 1-800-933-1447. 1-800-933-1447.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. I had a number of depressing stories, outrageous stories today. Here's another one, unfortunately.
You or we?
What?
Did you say we've had a number of depressing stories today?
Yes.
Yes, we have.
Yes.
That Planned Parenthood one, I'm still trying to shake off. I'm just going to say a prayer for that whole organization.
It is obscene. They are barbarians. This is also obscene. The story, Huffington Post, nearly one-third of 847,000 veterans in backlog for VA health care have already died. More than 238,000 of the 847,000 veterans in the pending backlog for health care through the Department of Veterans Affairs have already died, according to an internal VA document that was provided to the Huffington Post that they posted in their story. I'll tell you what.
Didn't we just revamp and reorganize the VA to prevent this from happening?
No, I mean this is unwieldy. Look, the new VA Secretary Bob McDonald, I think he's an honorable guy. He served our country with distinction in the military. He's a talented guy. He's the CEO of Procter & Gamble. I think he's actually well-intended and quite capable, but this is unwieldy. It doesn't matter how much talent you have, you cannot make central planning work. And remember, the VA is used as one of the marvels of central planning by supporters of Obamacare. Remember that. This is the example of it. Okay, so here's the example. It's the old joke, and it's not funny, particularly when it comes to our veterans, but it's the old joke about the Canadian healthcare system. You know that gallbladder surgery you need? Here's the good news. It's free. Here's the bad news. You're never going to get it. And this is essentially
the lists are so long.
Yeah, and this is essentially what we have here. It just takes a little bit of a sleep at the switch for this to happen, and we've seen this happen. It wasn't like an isolated case. It wasn't at one VA facility. It was all over the country. That's how you rack up 847,000 veterans who are waiting for their health care.
Well, can we solve this problem by giving them vouchers to see other medical doctors?
That's precisely what we should do.
Because that sounds like such an easy solution.
Put them in charge of their health care and with the resources to provide for their health care, and let competition rule the day as we do in every other sector of our economy. So just a cautionary tale about Obamacare. If the Iranian nukes don't get you, Obamacare is going to. Remember the good doctor, Zeke Emanuel.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Right, his 75 and out. So it appears like the death panels that Obamacare features are already being featured at the VA. How
they are saying
disgraceful is this?
Sorry for interrupting. They're saying that a lot of people that were on the list obviously were elderly people that,
Well, right. Look.
We're not talking about millennials or people in their 40s or 50s. We're talking about people in their 70s, 80s, and some in their 90s who are on this list.
Well, I understand that. And perhaps some of those 238,000 veterans who died waiting for care, perhaps they couldn't have been saved otherwise. I don't know the medical conditions of all of those individuals, but neither do they, apparently. And so the question is, fine, I'll stipulate to that. Now, how many of those veterans, of those 238,000 U.S. veterans, how many of them could have been saved with treatment? That's the answer I want to know. Steve in Hinsdale, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. And, I've been in healthcare now pushing 45 years. My first hospital job was in 1972 at a hospital vice president. In fact, I'm driving to work today. But you know what they need to do? They need to completely shut down A to Z the VA system. Privatize it from top to bottom. Send these veterans to our fine healthcare system. We have 5 academic medical centers in Chicago, and completely shut it down. Now, if you want to save some of the iconic military hospitals such as Walter Reed, perfectly fine. But shutting it down and integrating them in our private system, the whole thing is doomed to fail. And I think that could be an enormously important budgetary item and election item, too, for Republicans. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thanks, Steve. Appreciate the call. Agree wholeheartedly with that observation and that suggestion. I'll tell you what, it's always interesting to point out when Harper, the former Prime Minister of Canada, had to get heart surgery, he went to Mayo Clinic in Rochester. When John Stroger had a stroke, he didn't go to Stroger Hospital.
Oh, no, he didn't.
He went to Northwestern. Yep. Candace in DuPage on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Everybody has Obamacare right now, whether or not they think they have it, okay, unless you're like a judge or a federal worker. And I, for years, have been paying for my health care with cash, okay, because it costs like everything is half as much, okay? But I don't feel, I feel like right now I know that I need like a mammogram, and I know I need an MRI, but I can't afford it because I have to pay out of cash, so I'm waiting. So this is the same thing that's going on at the VA. The VA knows, I probably have cancer. It's probably what that cough is. You know what I mean? But yeah, I can't get in, so I'll just wait. And it's disgusting. It's a tragedy. And, whoever becomes like the front runner for the Republican Party, they need to make this whole Obamacare thing. They have to spell it out because, people in this country become so dumb that you really literally have to spell out what is the difference between what we used to have and what we have now, because people just don't understand.
Thanks for the call, Candace.
Candace, I hate to tell you this, but you could always go to Planned Parenthood. I know they do offer free mammograms.
They don't do mammograms. That's a lie. That's another Planned Parenthood lie.
I got one done at Planned Parenthood in Texas.
Planned
Do you
Parenthood.
want me to bring in the results?
Yeah, I do. Planned Parenthood, as a general rule, does not do mammograms. That is one of the big lies that is promoted about Planned Parenthood.
Well, they did in the 90s.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Gary Allen, live in concert. Saturday, July 18th, 7:30 at Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park. With special guests, Dean Alexander and Drew Baldridge. Tickets are on sale now at gbctickets.com. Gary Allen, live in concert. Produced by 111 Productions, part of the GVC Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The heart of rock and roll is still beating. They say the heart of rock and roll is still beating. Huey Lewis and the News, live and still rockin' in concert. July 19th, Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park with special guest Gin Blossoms. Truly one of America's great rock and roll bands. Tickets are on sale now at gbctickets.com. Part of the GVC Summer Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing a car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car for free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while how I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one, get one free offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headache, neck pains, insomnia, allergies, all type of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, use the promo code AMY, A-M-Y, plus you get 50% off pillow toppers and other products. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Again, that's 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
Just closing the loop on this Planned Parenthood thing. The Planned Parenthood itself admits that women rely on Planned Parenthood for referrals. They do not do mammograms, and that's confirmed by factcheck.org, too. So I don't know what happened in your case, but that's not the normal course of business for Planned Parenthood.
All right, coming up, I'll bring my results in tomorrow, okay? We can look at them on the big board. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Arthur Brooks will be here, AEI president and author of The Conservative Heart. And later on at 8:08, Clifford May will be here to break down the Iran nuclear agreement. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 61 degrees and beach hazards are up for Illinois and Indiana Lake Michigan beaches. Dangerous rip current advisory has been posted. President Obama continues his effort to try to convince skeptical members of Congress that he'll have the nuclear deal in hand, and it is an effective agreement to head off development of nuclear weapons by Tehran. He'll hold an afternoon news conference promoting the plan. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is denouncing the nuclear deal.
It is catastrophic. If it goes through, it will result in funding terrorism. It will endanger the lives of Americans. It will endanger Israel.
New Hampshire Senator Kelly Ayotte telling Fox News the deal does not address national security.
It does not require Iran to dismantle its nuclear program. It does not allow anytime, anywhere inspections of their military facilities.
Vice President Joe Biden will meet with skeptical Democratic lawmakers on the Hill this afternoon. The House goes to work in an effort to prevent, at least temporarily, a shutdown in highway and transit aid to states. A House bill would gather some $8 billion together to keep aid flowing until mid-December. The latest Republican to join the presidential race paid a visit to Las Vegas yesterday, where Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker rallied supporters at a Harley dealership.
If all those reforms can work in a blue state like Wisconsin, imagine what we can do for the rest of America, right?
He cited his success of taking on unions in his state. Greece's parliament debating the latest bailout deal, which has sparked outrage over more austerity. Passage is expected. The past 24 hours in eastern Ukraine has seen an uptick in fighting. Ukrainian military spokesman says 8 troops have been killed, 16 wounded. 6 are unaccounted for as more heavy rain and mosquitoes and humidity and knee-deep mud hampered the search following massive flooding that killed at least 2 in the hills of Kentucky. People may soon see the return of the Stroger tax when buying something in Cook County. County board votes today on a 1% sales tax hike during a special board meeting. President Tony Preckwinkle is pressing for the increase, saying they need it to pay for county workers' pensions and to balance an out-of-balance budget. Thousands of state workers are set to receive their first full paycheck of the fiscal year, even without a budget in place. Illinois Comptroller Leslie Munger spoke with Dan and Amy this morning here on AM 560.
And this is really important because all along one of my big concerns is federal fines that are triple what the payroll is if we do not pay certain groups of workers in the state correctly. So as soon as we got that order, we ran that payroll so we could make all the dates we had to. And honestly, I think it's the right thing to do. We asked people to
And Munger telling Dan and Amy they're issuing checks for around 6,800 employees in spite of a legal battle. Chicago sports. AL beat the NL 6-3 on Tuesday, securing home field advantage in the World Series. The news a service of the Foundation for a Better Life. She didn't just visit the sick and poor, she moved in because they needed help. Mother Teresa couldn't do it all, but gave her all. Compassion, pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher thinks the country might be going insane.
To go around and take down symbols of history because there's a narrative that emerges on social media that the Confederate battle flag made this guy kill 9 people. I'm sorry. That's insanity. We're losing our minds.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
Napa know-how. How to tell if you need a free Napa racing hat. Look in the mirror. If there's not one on your head, you need one. Spend $25 and you'll get a free Napa racing hat. We'll even donate $1 to the Intrepid Fallen Heroes Fund for every hat given away. Besides, you've got the perfect place to keep that free hat. Your head. Conquer the job with Napa Know-How. At participating Napa Auto Parts stores while supplies last. Offer expires 7/31/15.
Stihl Outdoor Power equipment is as dependable and hardworking as the people who use it. People like Dan Eddy, a firefighter with 15 years of experience.
I love Stihl products. We use them on my job with the fire department. I use them at home.
Now is the time to get hardworking Stihl equipment for homeowners and professionals, including the all-new FS38 grass trimmer, just $129.99. Visit StihlDealers.com to find a dealer near you. That's STIHL Dealers.com. All prices BME SRP at participating dealers.
This is a life-changing message for anyone with sleep apnea who is on the go and tired of dragging around a big, bulky home CPAP device. CPAP.com now offers a portable device that's as small as a soda can and weighs less than a pound. For even more freedom, you can add a battery that's as tiny as a deck of cards. It's called the Transcend Mini CPAP, and right now you can try it risk-free for 21 days by calling 1-800-500-4833. Transcend is the world's first portable mini CPAP device. It gives you the freedom to sleep in total comfort anywhere you are. Transcend's smallest and most advanced portable design ever, the mini CPAP is so small and so light you can fit it in your briefcase or purse to use anywhere you go. It's FAA compliant too, so you can even sleep comfortably while flying. Enjoy the freedom to sleep comfortably anywhere. Call CPAP.com now for your 21-day in-home trial. 1-800-500-4833. That's 1-800-500-4833.
737 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Edens, 20 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 25. The Kennedy, just 27 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The inbound Ike, 45 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. There's a crash at Harlem on the right lane. Outbound 42 minutes. St. Charles, traffic stop on the right side. Stevenson, 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 39. Ryan is 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow Cicero to 111th, crash in the right lane. From Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis and 31st through the Grand Avenue curve. Traffic is a service of Unbound. Poverty doesn't discriminate. It feeds on the forgotten. At Unbound, they believe in the collective wisdom of society's oldest and most vulnerable. Learn more at unbound.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. We have a partly to mostly sunny day ahead, high 74. Partly cloudy, 59 overnight, 60 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Aging Info Radio. Heard Sunday mornings at 9, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, that is the perfect introductory music to Arthur Brooks, the president of the American Enterprise Institute, because he is all about generating happiness. Conservative reform policies that focus on helping the vulnerable and helping them find meaningful work, because meaningful work is a gateway to being a happier, healthier person. Arthur Brooks, one of the great messaging people in the conservative movement in the modern era. He's got a new book called The Conservative Heart, and he joins us now. Arthur Brooks, thanks for joining us.
Hey, great to be with you.
Your book, Road to Freedom, excellent. And one of the constructs that you have previously put out there for consideration is this choice between earned success versus learned helplessness. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, sure. And this is a central theme in The Conservative Heart, the new book that we're talking about here today. It just came out yesterday. This is a manual so that people can make conservative arguments that lift other people up and win those arguments. You know, for too long, I've been part of a conservative movement that loses debates because we're always sitting around the Thanksgiving table and we can't articulate the case that's written on our own hearts that we want to lift other people up. This book is going to solve that. You read this, you're never going to lose another argument. Earned success is critical to that. What do people want? People don't want welfare. People are willing to accept it, and it doesn't help if we say that people on welfare are a bunch of moochers and takers. They want to earn their success. That's part of human dignity. And if we have policies as true conservatives that help people to earn their success, we're going to start to win. That's what I'm suggesting to all the presidential candidates.
But what if people are born into welfare and it's, they don't know anything else? How can your book or your writings help them?
In the book, I have dozens of stories of people who have solved exactly those problems. There's a guy I met. He was homeless in New York City. He was at a homeless shelter called the Doe Fund that specialized in guys who'd been in prison for a long time. So these are the people that we throw away. He'd been in prison for 18 years and was now homeless. He had just gotten his first job working for an exterminator. And I asked him, his name is Richard. I said, Richard, are you happy? And he said, am I happy? Let me show you. He pulls out his iPhone, the first time he's had a cell phone in his life, and he has an email on it from his boss that says, emergency bed bug job on East 65th Street. I need you now. I said, so? And he says, look what this says. It says, I need you now. This is the secret. People need to create value, and they need to be needed no matter where they start. This guy grew up poor with drugs, in poverty, and he was in prison, and he earned his success too.
I want to go back to something you just said about makers. And Tyler Cohen, the economist from George Mason University, talks about makers versus takers, that this construct that a lot of conservatives use. And he essentially suggested, it's a lot more complicated than that. The makers versus takers, it's a bad construct. In other words, somebody that pays into the Medicare system all their lives, but is going to receive 2.5 times the benefits that they paid in. Now, is that person a maker or a taker? They paid into the system. They play by the rules. They're going to get more in return, maybe more than we can afford going forward. But I wouldn't call that person a taker. And so it seems to me that some of the ways we label things because of big government become terribly problematic, and people misunderstand what we're trying to say.
Yeah, that's right. And that's a key lesson that I try to get across in The Conservative Heart, that we have to change the way that we talk about those who are in need. Now, it's one thing to call somebody who's getting Medicare or Social Security a taker. That's a mistake to talk that way, even to think that way. But it's also a mistake to look at poor people. Look, if I were poor and I couldn't support my kids, I would take welfare. I don't want to, but I would. And I've rarely met anybody who would prefer to see his kids, see him get a welfare check as opposed to a paycheck. So even referring to people as takers as if they want to be takers is morally misguided, and it doesn't set us forward.
Well, it's hard, though, because a lot of conservatives are seen as heartless. And it's people perpetuate that stereotype. But how can we stop that in the future and let people know that conservatives, Republicans, they're very philanthropic. They're very giving.
Yeah, for sure. The last chapter of the book is something that the listeners are going to be really interested in. I think it's called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective Conservatives, and it's a communications manual that I've been using in advising members of Congress for the past 7 years. It basically, if you do the 7 things that I say, you're not going to look heartless. People are going to understand what is written on your conservative heart, and you're going to start winning debates.
We're talking to Arthur Brooks. He's the president of the American Enterprise Institute, and he's the author of a new book, The Conservative Heart, How to Build a Fairer, Happier, and More Prosperous America. Let's go to fairer. Hillary Clinton gave a speech this week, her economic vision for the country, growth and fairness. It seems like, unfortunately, right now, the progressive left owns that word fairness, but it means something very different to them than it means to us.
Indeed. Fairness for the left generally means greater income equality. Fairness for us, and for, by the way, 90% of Americans, means rewarding people for their hard work and finding a system that can create greater opportunity. So we need to take back fairness, and it starts by saying it all the time. Don't let Hillary Clinton be the only one talking about fairness. We need presidential candidates and ordinary citizens who are warriors for true fairness. I talk about that a lot in the book, how to do it, exactly how to talk about it so we can win.
Amy, do you know what you and Arthur Brooks have in common?
He went to University of Iowa?
No.
He's from Mount Prospect?
Please, no.
Hey, easy.
David
Mamet went to University of Iowa.
The French horn.
Oh, that's right.
French horn. I think, Arthur, you got a little further along than Amy did with the French horn. But just this backstory, because it's such a fascinating backstory to go from what you were doing to being the president of a think tank and the author of books like we're describing. Give us a little bit of your backstory.
It's a pretty non-traditional path, I have to say. I dropped out of college when I was 19 to become a professional French horn player.
Wow.
Which I did for 12 years full-time. I didn't finish college until I was 30, as a matter of fact.
Where did you go to school?
I went to a correspondence school in New Jersey called Thomas Edison State College, and then I wound up going traditionally to get my PhD and to become a college professor. Just shows what you can do in the free enterprise system. It's pretty unusual. But I played in the Barcelona Symphony for a long time.
Wow. Do you still play?
I don't. Actually, I don't. My kids are really musical, but I just enjoy music now. And I like being an economist and author a lot more.
He's too busy writing books like The Conservative Heart, How to Build a Fairer, Happier, and More Prosperous America. Arthur Brooks, president of the American Enterprise Institute, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
He joined us on our French Horn-sponsored Turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next, why drinking fountains are going the way of payphones. We'll explain, but first, here's your forecast. Plenty of sunshine, but extremely cool for this time of year. It was 58 degrees early this morning. Now it's 64 degrees, going up to a high of 74 degrees. Tonight, back into the 50s we go. Then tomorrow, things will heat up a little bit. We'll have some clouds and sun, a shower or thunderstorm late in the afternoon, a high of 79 degrees. Let's see if northbound Lakeshore Drive is finally cleared up a little bit. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Good morning. On Lakeshore Drive right now, the northbound side has delays where you'd expect. From the Stevenson to before Jackson, it's about a 10-minute delay. Southbound now, it's a little slow from Belmont to Fullerton. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go Cicero to 111th with a crash now to the right shoulder. Then from LaGrange Road to 47th and Cermak through the Grand Avenue curve, very slow in that area. The Reagan Tollway has delays from the Fox River Bridge to 59 and Myers to the Tri-State Veterans Memorial. Really slow from Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and North Avenue to 290. The expressways are mostly lighter than usual, but the inbound Eisenhower has delays from past Manheim to Harlem. There's a crash there in the right lane. It's about 46 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
CertaPro, it's America's largest painting company, yet they're your neighborhood painter. CertaPro, you can get on their painting schedule right now. Just go to 1-800-GO-CERTA, GOCERTA, or go to CertaPro.com. Summer, is a perfect time for entertaining, and you want your house to look good, so call CertaPro Painters. We have a great idea, too. Summer is also the perfect time to get that exterior painting off your to-do list. Schedule your exterior painting to coincide with your summer vacation. Come back renewed and refreshed to a fresh new home. CertaPro, you get the best of both worlds. You get security, quality, expertise, and a job you can count on. When the painters come, they move the furniture, paint, clean up, and when they finish painting, they move it back. It's that simple. I've chosen CertaPro, and you should too. Go to CertaPro.com. CertaPro with a C, CertaPro, because painting, it's personal.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure, losing the family home? You'd be not alone. See, people, we are in the aftermath of what is being revealed to have been the greatest financial crime spree in history, perpetrated by the Wall Street investment banks smuggling and packaging mortgages, and continuing this day by the mortgage servicers that service those mortgages. I'm Lou Bridges. I have a law firm I put together. We defend foreclosure actions. We help people do strategic defaults, short sales, and modifications that include restructuring. Call us for a free consultation. We'll tell you what to look for in hiring a foreclosure defense attorney. We'll tell you some of your options. We'll give you a free consultation. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense law firm.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance with Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
Back in 06, I was diagnosed with prostate cancer, and they give me 3 to 6 months to live. I just really got mad about it, and I started looking around. A friend of mine that had lost a son to cancer told me, there's some stuff you need to know about. He says, if I had got my son on this quicker, I would have probably saved his life. I got a hold of Balance of Nature and then got with Dr. Howard. Before I took the radiation treatment, I cut the tumor in half and just saved my life.
Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO for a special discount today. Once again, that's toll-free 800-2468-751. Get real.
Hey, don't be caught without the facts. Listen to me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Do you drink out of water fountains, public water fountains? 312-642-5600. And if you don't, why not?
If you do, why?
Because you're thirsty. We don't trust drinking fountains anymore, and that's bad for our health. This Washington Post piece by Kendra Pierre-Lewis, very interesting piece. She points out that what has changed over the past two decades is our attitude toward public space, government, and water itself. Most people over the age of 40 have really positive stories of drinking fountains as kids, says Scott Francisco, who helped organize a Union Square event with Pilot Projects, an urban design company, about trying to promote water fountains and public water fountains. In short, we don't trust public water fountains anymore, the author writes, and it's making us poorer, less healthy, and less green.
Really? How is it making us less green? Because I don't want to drink out of a germ-infested drinking fountain.
Let me give you a little bit a couple of data points here. Maybe it'll turn you around. Let's start with public health. Centers for Disease Control researcher Stephen Onifrak has found that the less young people trust water fountains, the more sugary beverages they drink. Studies have found that kids who consume sugary drinks regularly are 60% more likely to be obese, and so forth. So
you got me on that one.
All
Zinger.
right, so that's one.
Okay.
Less green. Reliance on bottled water rather than fountains has also serious environmental effects. According to the Earth Policy Institute, it takes about 1.5 million barrels of oil to create the 50 billion plastic water bottles Americans use each year. That's enough to fuel 100,000 cars for a year. Less than a quarter of those bottles are recycled, and those stats don't even account for the fuel used in transporting bottled water around the country and the world. Also, bottled water is expensive. Drinking 8 glasses of tap water a day costs about 49 cents a year. If you got that hydration exclusive from bottles, you pay about $1,400 a year. If you're, budget conscious, then that is an issue. And it's worth pointing out, while 77% of Americans are concerned about pollution in their drinking water, this according to Gallup, tap water and bottled water are treated the same way. And so studies have indicated that tap water is as safe as bottled water. So bring back the drinking fountain. Don't let it go the way of the payphone.
Remember the water pumps that we had in the forest preserve? Remember those?
Yeah,
I love the.
Yeah,
that was the purest, cleanest, best tasting water my lips have ever had.
Okay.
I want them to bring those back, but those are all gone now.
I thought you were an anti-public fountain person.
Water fountains. I wrote a list of disgusting moments that I have personally witnessed in water drinking fountains.
Personally witnessed. This isn't like I have a friend who did this and it's
No.
really you.
This is really what I've witnessed over the years. Just being on the streets, for 18 years as a reporter.
Yeah.
I've seen people. I've seen homeless people take baths, sponge baths. I've seen people wash their socks. I've seen people wash caca off the bottom of their shoes.
Oh, it's so sticky.
I've seen dogs lick the fountain head. Where the water comes out, okay?
Ayn Rand won't
not
like
the water
that.
in the, yeah. I have seen people rinse out, I saw one man rinse out a bloody wound from a stabbing. That was in Pima County, Arizona. I saw somebody wash fruit once in El Paso. Saw somebody wash their hair, shampoo and conditioner, wash their hair in a water fountain.
Well, you need conditioner to get that bounce.
I saw someone shave. That was in Chicago.
Shave
In
what?
the South, shave their face. So they used, created a little puddle in the drinking fountain sink and then started shaving and used like a cracked mirror to help them.
Okay.
But the worst thing, and I am not making this up, and you could ask photographer Bob Hammond from KOLD TV in Tucson.
I will.
We watched in Tucson, Arizona, a homeless man use a drinking fountain as a bidet. A bidet. It's sickening. And ever since that, I'm done drinking out of public drinking fountains.
That is a traumatic event, particularly the last one. But people use the drinking fountain. The only thing that's gross about using a drinking fountain is the water's not recycled. So you can still is when people put their mouth on the fountain.
Well, that's the thing. Our drinking fountains contaminated with germs and bacteria. Yes, they are. Okay, but the question is, do those germs get into the water that you drink? So, and no one can prove whether or not that's true. But my rule is,
have you ever did you ever get sick from drinking out of a public drinking fountain?
No, well, no. But
No, me neither.
This is what I do. I let the water run 10 to 20 seconds
Right.
before just to be safe, and then I drink the water
And
if
then-
I have to.
And then the other thing you do is tell stories to create hysteria.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Trust is the single most important factor in hiring a contractor. Dependable Construction and its founder, Joe Barron, built their business over 3 decades by being trustworthy. Tuck pointing, brick, and roofing is Joe's specialty. Joe started as a laborer and progressed to an expert tuck pointer and bricklayer. In addition to masonry and roofing, Joe and Dependable Construction have grown to become a full-service Angie's List and Better Business Bureau award-winning contractor. For brick, masonry, and roofing on residential, commercial, or industrial projects to any other type of remodeling or construction, you'll deal directly with owner Joe Barron. Call Joe Barron at Dependable Construction, an AM 560 Feed the Children business benefactor. Mention AM 560 and receive a 10% discount on most jobs. Call 773-244-1091. That's 773-244-1091. Or visit tuckpointchicago.net. 773-244-1091.
Attention homeowners. I've told you before, and if you missed out, I'm telling you again. Rates are dropping to another historic low. Hi, I'm Wesley Hoagland with Westland Financial. Why pay more if you don't have to? Whether you're buying a home or refinancing, we can do this with no closing costs. That's right. No points, no fees. Even if you refinanced in the last year, we can still probably save you money. So don't delay.
Call Westland Financial today. 1-800-684-5908. That's 1-800-684-5908. 1-800-684-5908.
All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to find out how you can save hundreds or thousands of dollars a year. And by the way, Westland Financial is proud to offer reverse mortgages for our clients over 62. The only way you can lose money is not to call Westland Financial.
Call Westland Financial today. 1-800-684-5908. That's 1-800-684-5908. 1-800-684-5908. NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender.
There are 2 kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers. End the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing a, what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1-hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her AC started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1-hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any cooling need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Text from Sean from Elmwood Park on drinking fountains. How many teeth have not been chipped because we don't drink at fountains anymore? There was always one person shoving people.
That's so true. Well, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Clifford May will be here to break down that Iran nuclear agreement. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Cook County could vote today on a 1% sales tax hike. Baseball's All-Star Game goes to the junior circuit, and a partly sunny and pleasant day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Is he guilty or insane? A Colorado jury will start considering that 3 years after James Holmes' killing spree in a movie theater. Fox News Radio's Jessica Rosenthal live at the court in Centennial.
And Dave, the jurors will begin a full day of deliberations after hearing closing arguments yesterday. James Holmes' defense attorneys asked the jury not to find him insane. The district attorney asked them not to find Holmes accountable for something he knew was morally wrong. The 12 jurors who will serve include 9 women and 3 men. Some have experience with mental illness, some work in healthcare, some have families in the military, and 2 of them have experience with the Columbine shooting. One was friends with the Columbine shooters at one point, and a woman had a niece who was there when that shooting occurred, Dave.
Jessica, the National Guard's been sent in to help dig out flood-ravaged eastern Kentucky. Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso is on this live.
The search is back on in Johnson County in eastern Kentucky for 6 people unaccounted for, with 2 confirmed dead amid flash flooding. That state police also tell us has uprooted trees, washed up cars, and reportedly consumed 150 homes.
All the agencies were in a unified command type of setting, so there's a lot of interaction, there's a lot of communication back and forth in terms of what resources are needed.
Kentucky Governor Steve Beshear declaring a state of emergency to get more resources to those who need it. This is the same area of Kentucky, Dave, that was devastated by tornadoes just 2 years ago.
Jeff, they got the snow plows out in July. In Rapid City, South Dakota, hit by a hailstorm last night, left as much as 4 inches of pellets piled up. President Obama will be selling that Iran nuclear deal again today at a White House news conference. Some in Congress skeptical of the agreement. Donald Trump leads another presidential poll amid his controversial comments about illegal immigrants. First in the new USA Today Suffolk survey of Republican voters, he's at 17%. Jeb Bush trails him with 14.
Jeb Bush will never produce a job in his life. Forget it. You're kidding yourself if you think he will.
That same poll has Trump faring the worst. Head-to-head against Hillary Clinton among the Republicans. The Democratic frontrunner leads him 51-34%. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
62 degrees in Chicago. We have mostly sunny skies. 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Beach hazards are up for Illinois and Indiana Lake Michigan beaches because of strong rip currents today. Wet summer and recent heavy rain has left the Kankakee and Iroquois rivers swollen with rainwater, and they have converged to create unbelievable conditions in Watseka. Water so high, many say they haven't seen it this high in decades. Watseka is about 90 miles south of Chicago, and parts of that city are inundated by the Iroquois River, which is 7 feet over flood stage and still rising. People may see the return of the Stroger tax when buying something in Cook County. County Board will vote today in a special hearing on a 1% sales tax increase pressed by Board President Tony Preckwinkle to pay for an overburdened workers' pension system and to try and balance an already out-of-balance budget for next year. A Lake County judge has thrown out nearly all of the corruption charges against a former North Chicago police chief, Michael Newsom. Ruling Tuesday on a defense motion claiming statute of limitation violations, Judge James Boris dismissed 2 counts of felony theft of government property, as well as 1 count of misallocation of funds filed against Newsom. Boris upheld 1 count of official misconduct. The attorney for former U.S. House Speaker Dennis Hastert may seek to dismiss all charges against his client. Thomas Green told a federal judge yesterday the allegations of Hastert attempting to hide millions used to cover up past indiscretions was leaked to the media by government sources. Green called the leaks the 800-pound gorilla in the courtroom and threatens a fair trial. Hastert was not present during yesterday's hearing. The American League beat the Nationals 6-3 on Tuesday, securing home field advantage in the World Series for the 3rd year in a row. The news a service of Aruba Tourism. Aruba is your shortcut to romance. Celebrate a special anniversary or have the destination wedding of your dreams. Hop a direct flight from O'Hare. Plan your shortcut to happiness today at Aruba.com. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's reporter Chris Honig.
From the Fox Business Network, a waiting game ahead of Wall Street's open. A vote is due this afternoon from the Greek parliament on austerity measures it needs to approve in order to get bailout cash. And Fed Chair Janet Yellen testifies before Congress today, giving an update on the central bank's economic outlook for the rest of the year and possibly a clue into when it will raise interest rates. Bank of America is up nearly 3% in pre-market trading after more than doubling its profits in the second quarter. Lower legal costs pushed the bank into the black by nearly $5 billion. One of the country's oldest grocery chains could soon be gone for good. The New York Post reports that A&P's parent company could file for a prepackaged Chapter 11 bankruptcy that will divvy up the company's 300 A&P, Pathmark, Waldbaum's, and Food Emporium stores. Just 50 years ago, Great Atlantic and Pacific Tea was the nation's largest company. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Chris Honig.
8:05 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The first Republican debate of the 2016 campaign season happens on Thursday, August 6th in Cleveland, Ohio.
I'll come early. I'm ready to debate.
And the only place you'll hear it live on the radio is right here on AM 560, The Answer.
I'm embarrassed for those who did not come.
Catch this special broadcast presented by Saul Z and the Z Realty team beginning at 8 p.m. on August 6th, following a special extended broadcast of The Joe Walsh Show.
You shouldn't have said this, you shouldn't have said that.
Only on AM 560.
We've come to take our country back.
The Answer.
When I would binge, I would feel completely out of control. I would eat so much during my binges. After a binge, I would feel so bad about myself. Hi, I'm Sunny C. Gold. I'm a magazine writer and editor. I was diagnosed with binge eating disorder. My advice to someone suffering is to just get help. There is hope. If you're an adult who's binged at least weekly for 3 months, learn all of the symptoms at bingeeatingdisorder.com. Then talk with your doctor.
Sponsored by Shire.
I'm Jay Farner with some great news on how you could save an average of $3,000 per year on your mortgage. Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. The HARP guidelines have changed. There's less paperwork and often no appraisal required. Call 800-QUICKEN. That's 800-QUICKEN, or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Important terms and conditions apply. Call us for cost information. Equalizing lender. Licensed law 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
It's 8:06, and let's get an update on your ride to work this morning in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Eisenhower, traffic is slow going from North Avenue to the Tri-State, Manheim to Harlem after a crash, then Laramie to Independence. 50 minutes is the travel time from Thorndale to downtown. 31 from Manheim. Outbound 43 minutes to Thorndale. Eden's inbound is good. 19 minutes like Cook to Montrose. Outbound 27. Kennedy, 36 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 40. Stevenson runs 47 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 39. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State. Stop and go Cicero to 111th. LaGrange Road to 47th and jammed. Surmac to the Grand Avenue curve. Adams Tollway slow 31 to Beverly. Reagan Tollway from 31 to 59 and very slow Highland to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial. Stop and go from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Roosevelt to St. Charles and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast with meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, partly sunny, high 74. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 59. Tomorrow, clouds and sun with a shower or a thunderstorm late in the afternoon, high of 79 and a low 71. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
61 at O'Hare and along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 8:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k rollover specialist. Heard Saturday mornings at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
The United States, together with our international partners, has achieved something that decades of animosity has not. A comprehensive long-term deal with Iran that will prevent it from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
The leading international powers have bet our collective future on a deal with the foremost sponsor of international terrorism.
If they wanted to end their nuclear program and rejoin the civilized world, they could simply grant us access. They don't.
No wonder there are everybody in the streets celebrating, because they got everything they wanted and the West got nothing at all.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. What is poppin'? Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. Israeli leaders, Bibi Netanyahu and others, calling the surrender to Iran one of the darkest days in world history, a stunning historic mistake. That is a sentiment that is echoed not just from what could be seen as the usual suspects like Republican Senator Tom Cotton, but also some Democrat senators, including New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, who had this to say.
The deal ultimately legitimizes Iran as a threshold nuclear state. The deal doesn't end Iran's nuclear program, it preserves it. From what I've read so far, the deal doesn't provide for the anytime, anyplace inspections that we wanted of suspected sites.
And so, what is going to be the fate of this deal in Congress? For the answer to that question and many more, we're now joined by our friend Clifford May, president of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Cliff, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, good to be with you.
And so let's just talk about the politics for a second. What are the chances that Republicans can get the requisite number of Democrats they need to override the presidential veto that Obama has telegraphed? Cliff, did we lose?
Absolutely no. This is a bad deal, trying to get their colleagues to vote against it. That's what needs to happen. And we just don't know.
I think we have a spotty connection with Clifford May. We're going to try and effort a better connection there. But, Amy, we're getting reaction from senators, including a former senator from New York who is now the leading Democrat presidential candidate for the Democrats. Listen to Hillary Clinton react to the Iranian deal and see if you can make any sense of what in God's name she's talking about.
Having been part of building the coalition that brought us to the point of this agreement, I think we will have to immediately, upon completion of this agreement and its rigorous enforcement, look to see how we build a coalition to try to prevent and undermine Iran's bad behaviors in other arenas.
I think she must have had the Choom Gang in that Scooby-Doo van she took to Iowa, because I have no idea what she's talking about. Is she for it? Is she against it? Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing?
The headline was Hillary Clinton is for the Iranian nuclear deal.
Right.
Because she was part of it, because this took, years, and this was years in the making, Dan.
Right. She wants, credit for the historic nature of this. At the same time, she's expressing the same concerns that opponents of the deal have. It's a fascinating little two-step she's doing. All right, we've got Cliff May back from Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Cliff, we were talking about the politics of this and the chance that Republicans can convince enough Democrats to block this in the Senate.
Yeah, I don't think Republicans have much of a chance of convincing Democrats. The Democrats who know this is bad and are willing to stand up, some of them may be willing to go further and make an attempt to actually convince other Democrats that this is something they need to take a stand on, that this is their legacy, that it's really, really important. But it's going to take a lot of courage for them to do that, because they're going to get hit from the left. They're going to be threatened with primary challenges. They're going to be hit from the White House. It is not going to be easy for them to do.
But to override the veto, you need all the Republicans, only 13 Senate Democrats, but 44 House Democrats. That doesn't seem too far-fetched, or am I living in a different world?
Look, I think the first hurdle is, can you get closer in the Senate? Do you get a vote? And is that vote a majority of members of both houses disapproving? I think that's a hurdle. It's a higher hurdle to get to the point where you override the veto. There will even be those who will say, I will vote to disapprove, but I won't vote to override the veto of my president. But I do think it's significant, even if you only get a majority of members of Congress representing a majority of the people of the United States saying, we disapprove of this deal. It means this deal really is only President Obama's at that point, even though he will have the power to go through with it, whether even if there is no overriding of his veto. Again, I don't think it's impossible, but I think that's a really, really high bar to hurdle.
And Obama's name is on this, but so will Senator Bob Corker's name, the Republican from Tennessee, if they're unable to override a presidential veto. The question that was asked in Commentary Magazine by Michael Rubin, about the reaction yesterday to the announcement of this deal. He says, why do you think the Iranians were spilling into the streets? Was it because they were celebrating a access to a new source of energy? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. And it was only on Friday that they celebrated Al-Quds Day by burning American flags, burning Israeli flags, burning Saudi flags. And over the weekend, the Iranian media was reporting that Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader, was instructing students that the struggle against the United States must continue. People might like to think that that changes with this deal. I think it actually accelerates with this deal. They see themselves getting capabilities to match their intentions, and their intentions are hegemonic. Their intentions are to establish a new Persian empire and be able to at least threaten the existence of Israel, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, the UAE, all of their Arab Sunni neighbors, and, of course, the one Jewish state.
Do you think they're possibly celebrating because their economic lifeline was restored? I mean, they have reentry now into the global banking system, and then sanctions are lifted to the tune of, what, $160 billion?
I think that's absolutely the case as well. And a big question here to be looking for is how much of this money they spend on terrorism, on Hezbollah, on other groups, and how much they spend on healthcare and schools and that sort of thing. It's a lot of money we're talking about here in relation to the size of the Iranian economy, so they can do both, but I expect they will do both. And I expect that will make things even bloodier in that part of the world, and they're pretty bloody right now.
What of the straw man argument that John Kerry offered? You know, what's the alternative? To go to war with Iran? Is anybody talking about going to war with Iran or doing this deal? Isn't there other things we can do that don't provide Iran nuclear weapons, as this deal will, but also don't involve a ground invasion of Tehran?
Well, absolutely. There are a range of things that could be considered. That's why we have a Pentagon. That's why we have a Treasury. I can't tell you all of them. I would say this, that we had very strong sanctions on Iran for a while. That sanction pressure was relieved in November of 2013 when the Joint Plan of Action, the interim agreement, was put into place. And we haven't had a single concession since then. One thing you could do is you could say, theoretically, look, we need you to make concessions, and you haven't. We are going to reimpose the sanctions, not just to the point where they were in 2013, but a lot more. We're going to cripple your economy. And by the way, at this point, we want you to understand that while we don't want to use military force in any way, we will, we can, we know how. That doesn't mean boots on the ground invasion. We have the technology, the bunker busters, other sorts of ordnance that can begin to destroy day by day your nuclear weapons facilities that you spend a lot of time and money on. We will do that. And if we destroy your economy and we destroy that, I don't think your regime lasts. You know, we don't know exactly how these people think in the government, but we know something. Remember that in 1979, they held our hostages for 444 days while Carter was president. Before President Reagan came in, they decided to give up the hostages. Why? Because with Reagan, unlike with Carter, the threat of military force was credible, and they didn't want that.
There's one point of contention that I have with the deal about the lifting of the arms and ballistic missiles embargo. Why in the world would we sign up for that?
I cannot imagine why we would sign up for that. What we've signed up for there is that they can, over time, it's not immediate, they can begin to buy and distribute to their proxies various conventional arms to be used in any place they want, obviously.
Like Hamas.
And also cruise missiles, better cruise missiles, which they can and will, I think, use against not least our naval forces in the Persian Gulf and the Red Sea. Now, I guess they would say, look, we only do that if their behavior is very good at that point. That one concession seems to be conditions-based rather than time-based. But the other concessions all seem to be time-based. At a certain point, all the restrictions sunset, even if Iran continues to be, as it is now, the leading sponsor of terrorism in the world, even if it's still calling for death to America. None of this is based on there being a transition. We're hoping, or the Obama administration is hoping, that this regime will be transformed into Denmark or Switzerland. I think it's very unlikely that that's going to be the case.
He is Clifford May, the president of the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies. Cliff, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine. A high today of 74 degrees. The average high this time of year is 86 degrees, so we're not even close to that. Tonight, back into the 50s we go. And then tomorrow, clouds, some sun, a quick shower or thunderstorm late in the afternoon. Highs near 80 degrees. Let's get the travel times and see if northbound Lakeshore Drive is finally eased up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Northbound Lakeshore Drive has delays from the Stevenson to before Jackson. It's about a 10-minute delay. Southbound lighter than usual, but it is slow from Belmont to Fullerton. The problems on the northbound tri-state. Couple of crashes. One at 111th on the right shoulder. Delay started Cicero. Then it's jammed 95th to LaGrange Road. There's road work there in the two right lanes. Stop and go from the Stevenson to 47th and Cermak to North Avenue. Adams Tollway, slow Bartlett to Barrington. Reagan Tollway, 31 to 59 in Highland to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial has its usual delay starting around I-55. Inbound Eisenhower, there was a crash at Harlem. It's 50 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. The other expressways are mostly lighter. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Get out and have some fun. Visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com for a fun night on the town. Grab your Sweet Caroline and make a date to listen to your favorite music. Direct from Branson, Missouri is Denny Diamond and the Jewels, featuring the music of Neil Diamond. Normally $76 for lunch and a show for two. It's only $39 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Or head downtown for some laughs. $22, that's it. We'll get you a pair of tickets to Comedy Sports Chicago. It's a unique blend of fast and funny improv comedy that's appropriate for all ages. This long-running show features two improv teams that play games in front of a referee. Or hit the waves and take advantage of the Sea Dog Extreme Thrill Ride. Oh, would love that. Or take a lakefront Seaboat cruise. A lake and architectural tour awaits you as well for entertainment and cruise lines. Want to get out of town? Well, escape to Wisconsin. Purchase an overnight stay at the Schuster Mansion in Milwaukee. So just check in every week for fun and adventure for you and your family and friends only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Here's some great news. Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Tabota & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
Are you ready to take your education to the next level? Arizona State University now offers over 90 top-tier degree programs, 100% online. With ASU's highly ranked online programs, you'll earn the same degree as our on-campus students, with the ability to learn wherever you want, whenever you want. Same world-renowned faculty, same leading education, same global recognition from one of the top universities in the world. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
I'm Jamie from Sherman Oaks, and I just graduated with my degree from Arizona State University. I chose ASU because I received the quality education I deserve in the major I wanted, all from my home.
Jamie's not the only one to earn a degree from ASU. There are over 90 degree programs offered 100% online from one of the top universities. Now's the time to learn more about earning your degree online from Arizona State University. Call 1-800-400-4231. That's 1-800-400-4231.
AM 560, The Answer.
Doubt it's more than 6 inches.
Stop it. Well, have you eaten at Subway since this news broke about Jared?
No.
Me neither. And I don't think anyone. I drive by the same Subway every day on my way home from work.
You normally go and get the meatball sub at 10 a.m.?
Yeah, right. No, and there's nobody in there. I don't know. It's pretty scary. But we want to give you this update because we talk about these stories and people always wonder, well, what happened next? Well, courtesy of ABC7's Chuck Gowdy, we're learning new information about that raid and what led investigators to his home in the first place. Now, Fogel has not been arrested. He still has not been charged. And some close to Fogel say that's because nothing sinister was found in his home. U.S. authorities have not acknowledged that they're investigating Fogel. Strange. But yet they tipped somebody off to let people know that they were raiding his house. And have not indicated whether Fogel is a target or if he is a target, why he is a target. But 2 things we're learning this morning, Dan. First, Russ Taylor, the leader of his Child Obesity Foundation.
The former head of his foundation, who's now under indictment as the trial is upcoming, right?
Yes, he's working with investigators, but he was turned in by a female acquaintance who he allegedly asked in a text message if the pair could engage in bestiality. The woman then told investigators she received this image via text from Taylor that depicted bestiality, and a search of his home then, because of that text message, turned up 500 videos and a trove of child porn that some images as children as young as 9.
Well, first thing Jared needs to do is maybe a little bit more due diligence with his foundation in terms of hiring decisions. But okay, so that's one thing.
Okay, and the second detail is from, get this, a former Florida journalist who told the ABC affiliate in Sarasota that she met with Fogel numerous times in the past decade during his promotional visits, and that he made numerous inappropriate comments about middle school girls. Now listen up, because they've changed her voice and they've hidden her identity so that she won't be known.
The subject matter is similar to what the FBI found when they raided his home. It goes deeper than that.
And deeper than that, because we don't know what they found in his home. But according to her, that he made numerous inappropriate comments, so much so that she agreed to wear an FBI wire.
That's exactly what started this. So when I presented it to the FBI, the first thing that they said to me is, "This who I think this is?" And I said, "Yes, it is." And it just went full gear after that.
So she's the reason why, or she believes she's the reason why the FBI raided Jared's home.
Yeah, well, when you have a high-profile target like Jared Fogle, I mean, relatively high-profile, he's known by all of us because of the Subway commercials. Usually they measure twice and cut once before they do a public raid of his home, where they want as Chuck Gotti mentioned when we talked to him, where they want the cameras on the end of the driveway filming all of this. So I think they probably have more to go on than just this witness that you're speaking of. We'll see where this goes, but it certainly doesn't sound particularly good for Jared at this point.
No, and Fogel's attorney told ABC that the woman's account is an, quote, unrealistic fabrication.
Well, of course he did.
Yeah, and he said that Fogel is cooperating but declined further comment.
And in a related story, Denny Hastert gearing up for trial, according to Sun-Times report. His attorney is saying he's going to file motions, even a motion to dismiss the Hastert indictment entirely. So it doesn't look like there is any deal on the horizon in the Denny Hastert trial. I expect more details to emerge from that case as well.
Blowing away the competition with the latest news and what it means for you. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to purchase a home after filing bankruptcy or when your home was foreclosed, you called me and I helped you. When you tried to purchase a home you couldn't afford, you called me and I advised you to purchase a less expensive home. If you want to talk with me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email David at perldavid.com. That's David at perldavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you've come to know and trust. These guys do it all, from on-site service calls and help desk to all-in networks. They have a plan that fits your company's technology needs. You want to move your business to the cloud? Turnkey can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Is having someone to call when you misplace a file or accidentally open that email with a virus important? Then Turnkey's got you covered. Is it time for all new equipment? With Turnkey's all-in plan, your business will have brand new equipment and the highest level of support you can find. Do you want professional and timely support from your IT company? Of course you do. Turnkey is prompt and responsive to support requests, shows up on time, and provides service even after normal business hours. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
Did you know by age 50, half of all men have an enlarged prostate? This means more trips to the bathroom, longer time in the bathroom, waking at night to go, or issues in your romantic life. If this sounds familiar, call us now, because we're shipping free bottles of Super Beta Prostate to listeners of this station. Super Beta Prostate is a non-prescription formula guaranteed to reduce the symptoms of your enlarged prostate. It's yours free. Pay only shipping and handling. Just call 1-800-952-3467. In clinical trials, the ingredient in Super Beta Prostate was shown to reduce urges to use the bathroom, speed up bathroom trips, reduce waking at night to go, and improve quality of life. This Super Beta Prostate free offer is for listeners of this station, but it won't last. Don't wait. Just call 1-800-952-3467. That's 1-800-952-3467. Call 1-800-952-3467.
AM 560, The Answer.
Got a funny text message from 847. Guys, I drove by a Subway in the far western suburb last night. Only guy eating dinner there? Denny Hastert.
It's funny because it's true. Tomorrow, we'll be joined by New York Times bestselling author Brad Thor to discuss his new thriller, Code of Conduct, in which counterterrorism operative Scott Harvath undertakes his deadliest assignment of his career. Win yourself a copy of the book right now by being caller number
9
to 312-642-5600. Again, 312-642-5600 to win a copy of Brad Thor's Code of Conduct.
Coming up next, Gary Sinise will be here, singer in the Lieutenant Dan Band. He'll be here in studio with us. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Clouds and sun, 58 degrees. Beach hazards up for Illinois and Indiana Lake Michigan beaches. A dangerous rip current advisory. The jury will soon start deciding the fate of accused Colorado theater shooter James Holmes, facing more than 160 counts in that mass shooting nearly 3 years ago that left 12 dead and dozens more wounded. Arapahoe County, Colorado District Attorney George Brockler.
He can't just walk through the lobby dressed to kill, so he dresses like everybody else. He purchases tickets just like everybody else. He's not going to sneak in. That might draw suspicion, or barge in. That might get people wondering. He's not hasty. He's very patient.
Holmes has pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. President Barack Obama continues trying to get Congress and world leaders to say yes to the nuclear agreement with Iran. The president will hold another news conference this afternoon and is sending Vice President Joe Biden to Capitol Hill. Former Vice President Dick Cheney believes the nuclear deal will set off an arms race in the Middle East.
What Obama has done is, in effect, sanction the acquisition by Iran of nuclear capability. It can be a few years down the road. It doesn't make any difference. It's a matter of months until we're going to see a situation where other people feel they have to defend themselves.
The agreement could give Iran access to billions in frozen assets and oil revenue. The New Horizons probe confirms that it completed all of its assigned tasks during a flyby of Pluto. The piano-sized probe made its closest approach to the planet. Early yesterday, operations manager Alice Bowman.
We have a healthy spacecraft. We've recorded data of the Pluto system, and we're outbound for Pluto.
More images and new images of Pluto are expected to be released today by the crew. Search members in Washington state believe they have found the wreckage of that plane that crashed in the mountains on Saturday. The sole survivor of that crash is now out of the hospital. 2 are dead, 6 others missing as flash flooding impacts portions of Kentucky. Flooding is hitting Watseka, a city about 90 miles south of Chicago, where the Kankakee and Iroquois rivers come together. The Iroquois itself is 7 feet above flood stage and still rising. The Illinois Senate is expected to vote today on a temporary budget. The $2.3 billion one-month spending plan would fund certain services and would guarantee pay for state workers through July. And the attorney for former U.S. House Speaker Dennis Hastert may seek to dismiss some charges against his client. Thomas Green telling a federal judge yesterday the allegations of Hastert attempting to hide millions used to cover up past indiscretions was leaked to the media by government sources. Bulls say they've signed forward Mike Dunleavy and backup guard Aaron Brooks. The American League beat the Nationals 6-3 Tuesday in the All-Star game. The news service of Spot Hero. Download the Spot Hero app for an easier commute and get $10 in free parking credit with promo code Radio560. That's Spot Hero with promo code Radio560. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher wants the voters to decide what's good for the country.
Jonah Goldberg, our pal over at National Review, writes the Donald is a bad deal for the GOP. Man, I don't know what it is about pundits and writers that make them think they know better than the American vote. Why don't we respect the voters and let them Decide.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
At Kubota, value means getting more than you expected for less than you thought. See your Kubota dealer today for incredible finance offers and instant cash rebates. That's value. That's Kubota.
Imagine buying a house and getting a second one for free, or purchasing the new car of your dreams and receiving a second identical car free. Okay, maybe a free second MyPillow isn't as dramatic, but sleeping well and waking up energized is pretty important. I've been telling you for a while now, I get my best sleep ever with MyPillow. With the buy one, get one offer, you can basically get and give the gift of a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, all types of ailments. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, use the promo code Amy. Plus, you can get 50% off those pillow toppers and other products. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Remember to use the promo code Amy. Do it now. 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. 800-489-0201.
8:35 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center, and the latest now with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Eisenhower has delays from North Avenue to the Tri-State and 17th to Independence. A crash in Harlem is gone. It's about 48 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, and outbound 40. Eden's inbound great, 19 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 25. Kennedy with delays starting at Montrose, 36 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 38. Inbound Stevenson, 47 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound it's now clear. Ride is 25 minutes from 95th to the Loop, northbound Tri-State. Stop and go 95th to 75th, moving road work in the two right lanes. Then from the Stevenson to 47th and Cermak to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway stop and go Bartlett to Barrington. Reagan Tollway delays 31 to 59 in York to the Tri-State. Veterans Memorial, very slow from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Then heavy Roosevelt to St. Charles and from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Partly sunny and pleasant with a high near 74 and a low of 59 overnight. Currently 62 at O'Hare, 62 along the lakefront, and 63 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment on AM 560 The Answer is brought to you by Radowitz Law. Visit OneToughLawyer.com. That's OneToughLawyer.com.
Good morning, Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson. Amy, this Saturday, as you know, we've got our Rockin' for the Troops concert. This is the 10th year, Operation Support Our Troops America, Deb Rickards Group. We just had our golf outing at Bolingbrook Golf Club last month, where I think we raised something like $20,000.
We sure did.
For Operation Support Our Troops, and they serve, Operation Support Our Troops serves military families and service members, particularly when they're deployed, but also working groups with families for soldiers who are deployed, for their families, and also something that's kind of near and dear to my heart, specific work with Gold Star families, families who've lost a family member in service to our country. And one of the people that has been a great celebrity supporter of military families in this state and in this country is actor Gary Sinise, Blue Island's very own Gary Sinise, who joins us now. Gary, thanks so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much for having me.
And by the way, Gary Sinise is also co-founder of Steppenwolf Theater, which is a favorite venue of mine. I saw John Mahoney and the Herd recently at Steppenwolf. Excellent.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Keep up the good work at Steppenwolf. But to more pressing matters of supporting military families in Illinois and nationally, your Lieutenant Dan Band has done this Operation Support Our Troops, Rockin' for the Troops concert, and you do work all over the country. Tell us about your affinity for what got you motivated to get involved in supporting military families.
It kind of goes back to the 80s. In the late 70s, early 80s, I have veterans in my family and Vietnam veterans on my wife's side. So I was very moved by what I had learned from my Vietnam veteran family members back in the late 70s. I was getting to know her two brothers who served in Vietnam, and they were giving me a pretty good education as to what it was like for our Vietnam veterans to come home from war to a divided and split nation that really turned its back on them. And so from that, I got very involved with local Vietnam veterans groups in the Chicago area, started a program at Steppenwolf where we bring in veterans to every single performance for free and give them a free meal, and that's a program that's lasted now well over 30 years. And after Forrest Gump, I got involved with our wounded because I played the wounded soldier, and that led me to an association with the DAV, Disabled American Veterans, and I started working with them and supporting them. And after September 11th, then I just knew that there was something that I could do to help our active duty folks that were deploying to Iraq and Afghanistan. And so I volunteered for the USO, started visiting them, and then I asked if the USO would let me take some musicians with me on a tour so we could entertain, and they did that, and then I just kept volunteering to go and entertain, and that led me to associations with many different military charities trying to raise money for them, and one of those charities was Operation Support Our Troops right there in Illinois, and they wanted to do a concert 10 years ago. Knew I was out there supporting our military by playing music and doing different things, so they teamed up with me, and we did the first Rockin' for the Troops concert 10 years ago, and I think I've only missed one concert in the 10 years. That was a couple years ago, 2013, because I played at Ravinia Festival that year, so they wouldn't let me do two venues in the same area.
Well, we're glad you're back.
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad to be back. This is our 10th year. Operation Support Our Troops America does great work for our military. I've been proud to support them and happy that we're going to be back there this summer.
You've had such an accomplished career on film and television. What joy do you find in performing with music? Is that just another release?
Well, the music that's not how I make my living. I make my living as an actor, and I've played hundreds of concerts and never made a dime at it. This is just one of the ways that I try to support our military by playing music for them. So I actually, when I started my foundation, the Gary Sinise Foundation, a little over 4 years ago, I folded the band into the foundation as one of our programs. So it's actually part of the nonprofit foundation. I pay the band members, and I pay different costs associated with doing different concerts and whatnot. But we're able to, the money that comes in, if we do take in any money for the band, it goes right into supporting the donation of the band around the country to do different things. Like, for example, I partner with the USO, so I'll pay half the cost for all those shows through the Gary Sinise Foundation, and because the band is just part of the nonprofit, we do shows at military hospitals and fundraisers and support other military charities like Operation Support Our Troops America.
How did you come to the avocation of being a musician? How'd you get involved in music in the first place?
I played music when I was a kid. I had bands before I was doing plays, so. In high school, I was actually playing in bands.
Give us a couple band names that you were affiliated with.
Half Day Road was one of them.
Oh, sure, Deerfield. Right. Yeah, sure.
Well, I grew up in Highwood.
Okay.
And Highland Park, and Half Day Road was a street right.
Yeah,
we know.
In my town there, so I just named the band after the street.
Highwood would be a pretty good band name too. I mean,
that's a good one.
Village name, but it's not bad. That's
we
good.
used to play the Highwood Days. There was a festival out there. I don't know if they still do it, but
they got great restaurants in Highwood.
Yeah, sure.
And so, do you have any other band names now based on characters you've played? Maybe Truman. No, just Lieutenant Dan?
No, Lieutenant Dan. Because I started touring with the USO, I would go out and just shake hands and take pictures with the troops, and they were always calling me Lieutenant Dan. So when I decided to take the musicians, we needed a name, and I just thought that was catchy, and the troops seemed to know me from the movie, so I just named it after the character.
All right, Gary Sinise, we'll bring our Bubba Gump Shrimp to the show on Saturday, July 18th, for the 10th annual Rockin' for the Troops tribute to our military families, where the Lieutenant Dan Band, featuring Gary Sinise, we'll play and we'll raise some money and have a good time for military families. Gary Sinise, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Anybody looking to find out about it, just go to rockinforthetroops.org.
Got it. Rockinforthetroops.org. Gary Sinise, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, plenty of sunshine, but unseasonably cool for this time of year. Average high 86 degrees. We're nowhere near that. 65 right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 74 degrees. Tonight, lows back into the 50s. Ouch. And then tomorrow, clouds and sun, a shower or thunderstorm late in the afternoon. Warmer, a high of 79. Let's see if there's any sticky traffic situation. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Inbound Edens, it's a little heavy now approaching the junction. There's a stall in the left lane just before Montrose. Before that, traffic was clear. The outbound side has slow pockets from Montrose to Lake Avenue. 25 minutes Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound Kennedy delays start at Montrose. 36 minutes O'Hare to downtown. A little quicker in the Express. Outbound 38 minutes downtown to the airport. The inbound Eisenhower, 42 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 40. Stevenson is 47 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound fine. Inbound Ryan delays start at 47th. It's 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. On the Tri-State, southbound, it slows 75th to LaGrange Road. It's a moving road work. Northbound, the road work delays are from Southwest Highway to 75th, and farther north it's slow. Plainfield Road to 47th and Cermak to North Avenue. I'm Jim Talamonte in the ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Like all parents, I'm always looking for something fun to do with the boys. And I have a great suggestion, Donley's Wild West Town. It's a Western theme park just a short drive from Chicago.
Go.
You want to go now? Let's go. Saddle up. It's in Union, Illinois, about 45 miles from O'Hare Airport. It's open every day now from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. One admission fee includes everything. Rides, attractions, panning for gold. Dan, you would love that. Shooting slingshots, a Wild West show, a museum, a petting zoo, and an excellent restaurant that's on site that serves great food. It's fun. The parents, grandparents, and the kids, everyone will enjoy a day together at Wild West Town.
How about like an Aaron Burr, Alexander Hamilton duel?
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we could. There's a smell of freedom there at Donley's Wild West Town, that's for sure. For more information and all the details, go to wildwesttown.com. That's wildwesttown.com. And now you can get discount tickets at all Walgreens. That's right, discount tickets for Wild West Town at your neighborhood Walgreens store. Donley's Wild West Town, open every day from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Wild West Town, it's good old-fashioned family fun. Yeehaw!
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality, and there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
Attention homeowners, I've told you before, and if you missed out, I'm telling you again, rates are dropping to another historic low. Hi, I'm Wesley Hoagland with Westland Financial. Why pay more if you don't have to? Whether you're buying a home or refinancing, we can do this with no closing costs. That's right, no points, no fees. Even if you refinanced in the last year, we can still probably save you money. So don't delay.
Call Westland Financial today. 1-800-684-5908. That's 1-800-684-5908. 1-800-684-5908.
All it takes is a 5-minute phone call to find out how you can save hundreds or thousands of dollars a year. And by the way, Westland Financial is proud to offer reverse mortgages for our clients over 62. The only way you can lose money is not to call Westland Financial.
Call Westland Financial today. 1-800-684-5908. That's 1-800-684-5908. 1-800-684-5908. NMLS number 3304. Not all loans apply. Equal housing lender.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Too much monkey business. Too much monkey business.
Ah, the king, yes.
Do you want Bart or do you want Bobo? Choose now, Bart or Bobo, Dan. They're your choices.
What about Bonzo? What happened to him?
Bonzo's not in the race. We're talking, of course, about the Banana Days. That's where a monkey dressed as a horse jockey rides on top of a dog. And they have this.
I love it.
So this guy walks into a bar. So this monkey jumps on top of a dog.
It's like a sketch from Banana Splits.
Well, it's. Oh, I remember that show. Yeah. Well, it's a crowd favorite at the Lake County Fair. It has been for years.
Bobo. We got the number 7 monkey Bart. Number 2 monkey Bobo.
I like Bobo.
Bart.
Bobo. Yes.
Ripping the crowd into a frenzy.
Post time. What? Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. A quick commercial interruption right after this race for a limited time.
Okay.
So they race.
So they race in a circle, a monkey on a dog.
Yes, but the problem is...
What's wrong with that?
Well, the monkey's...
Good, clean fun.
Well, you think it's good, clean fun, but the monkey is chained to the dog. But the monkey's not trying to jump off the dog.
Well, chained to the, like at the...
Well, there's a chain around its neck, Dan. It's not a necklace.
Oh.
And, but I think that's, kind of like the harness to keep the monkey safely on top of the dog.
Safety first when it comes to monkey on dog racing.
And who normally...
That's what I always say.
Who normally wins the race?
Wow.
It's going to be...
The guy needs to back off the mic.
Phil Georgieff has nothing on that guy. That was quite a call. Man, that was scintillating.
Bobo is the big winner. But, of course, there's concern for the welfare of animals.
So some idiots want to ban this?
Well, a Lake County board member, her name is Sandra Hart, she's opposing this gaining momentum to let this group keep coming back year after year to the Lake County Fair. She says that, it's not, obviously the welfare of animals is at stake, and it's just degrading.
Has anybody asked Bobo?
Bobo.
What he wants?
No one's asked Bobo what he wants. But the person who's in charge of this group, of this Banana Days, he says he treats, they travel for 6 months out of the year. They live with their family in South Carolina the other half of the year. And they're part of his family. And he is so sick of big government telling him what to do.
I'm going to go home and have a glass of milk and chill out. And I'm federally regulated, state regulated, regulated by the big guy. And what I'm doing is hundreds of years old tradition. Why does this little girl light up when she sees the dog or the puppy? There's an attraction. And I believe I'm fortunate, blessed, or lucky to be able to share that and do that with the people.
That is the principal of the Gilligan T. Monkey LLC company. Gilligan, come on. It's like when Santa's little helper got a credit card. What a Gilligan T. Monkey is the company that contracts here?
Well, you know what he did? He referred to Brookfield Zoo's recent loss of 54 stingrays, which died after somebody forgot to raise the oxygen levels in their tank.
Ouch.
So he said he's very responsible. He loves Bobo. He loves Bart. And to tell people to back off.
And he loves them equally.
He does. Well, I think he likes Bobo better. Bobo wears pink.
Well, the good news is political correctness is not afflicting the Lake County Board. Lake County Board Chairman Aaron Lawler said he sees no compelling reason to cancel the Banana Derby attraction at this time. So that's good news for Bobo and
Bart,
and all of their fans that can come out and see them every year.
And there is such a growing chorus for the Banana Derby that this year, Dan, I don't know if you know this. Are you ready? They're going to be at the DuPage County Fair.
Oh, nice.
So they're moving the show. It's a traveling show now. So they're going to perform in Lake County in late August.
So now I can go...
late July, early August. And now they're going to be at DuPage County Fair.
So now I can go to the DuPage County Fair to get fried food on a stick and see monkeys on dogs. I mean, that's pretty compelling. I actually have an idea for another kind of derby, but in this vein.
What?
There's the two pets that I want.
Uh-huh.
Right? I want a giant Flemish rabbit.
That's right.
And I want a slow loris. So the slow loris, which is in the sloth family, the slow loris could ride on the giant Flemish rabbit. The only problem I have, there's a little bit of trickiness here. I'm going to have to talk to the Gilligan Tea Monkey Company and maybe hire them as a consultant, because the slow loris is actually banned from importation, because if it bites a human, the human could go into anaphylactic shock. So we have to work around that. But how about that? Who would show up to see that at a county fair? Slow lorises riding giant Flemish rabbits. I think I could one up the Gilligan Tea Monkey Company. What do you think?
What would the pet names be?
Notorious GDP and Marley Milf.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
You own a European auto because you love the way it feels, the way it handles when you make a turn or when you step on the gas. Style and performance. It's not a car. You own a special engineering work of art. For maintenance and repair, go to a place that loves your car as much as you do. This is Dan Proft for Midwest Performance Cars. They have a saying, dealerships replace parts, we fix cars. Midwest Performance Cars has all the services of a dealer, but with more care and less money. They know your car and love it as much as you do. Midwest Performance Cars specializes in repairs and maintenance of European autos, including Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, and Land Rover. How good are they? Go ahead, read the Google and Yelp reviews. Ask your friends. Partner with Midwest Performance Cars for the repair and long-term maintenance of your European auto. Located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service because you want convenience. MidwestPerformanceCars.com. That website, MidwestPerformanceCars.com. The dealer alternative. An expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
Gary Allen, live in concert. Saturday, July 18th, 7:30 at Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park. With special guests, Dean Alexander and Drew Baldridge. Tickets are on sale now at gbctickets.com. Gary Allen, live in concert. Produced by 111 Productions. Part of the GVC Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. The heart of rock and roll is still beating. They say the heart of rock and roll is still beating. Huey Lewis and the News, live and still rockin' in concert. July 19th, Grand Victoria Casino in Elgin at Festival Park with special guest, Gin Blossoms. Truly one of America's great rock and roll bands. Tickets are on sale now at gbctickets.com. Part of the GVC Summer Concert Series. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
No one ever imagines facing Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia and needing full-time care, but it happens. And deciding on the right residential care for mom or dad can be a monumental task. There is a memory care community that focuses on helping your parent or loved one with dementia light up and live life to the fullest, making them feel like family. Autumn Leaves memory care communities see past the diagnosis to the person you know, that your dad was a fantastic cook, or that your mom loved to dance. A person who deserves so much more than being just an Alzheimer's patient. Whether it's through yoga and music therapy or simply by cooking them their favorite meal, Autumn Leaves strives to stimulate their minds and bodies to respect and nurture the person you care so much about. See for yourself the difference Autumn Leaves communities can mean for your family. Autumn Leaves, dedicated solely to the unique needs of memory care patients.
Autumn Leaves has 10 locations in the Chicagoland area offering day-stay respite and assisted living programs. Call 888-662-8886 or visit autumnleaves.com.
On Monday, September 29th, 2008, the Dow fell 777 points. It was the largest single-day loss ever recorded. Experts estimate that $1.2 trillion in market value was lost. It was a crushing blow for anyone invested in the stock market. Once again, the Dow is at an all-time high. So the question is, can you afford another devastating loss right now? Or is it time to take some chips off the table? Discover how to position and protect your retirement savings with a complimentary savings optimization report from Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group, host of the Alpha Wealth Hour, right here on 560 The Answer. This report reveals customized strategies on how to make your money work for you while minimizing your risk. To get your customized report, call 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326.
Thank you so much for making us a part of your morning. Thank you to David Stripling and Cesar Perez.
Shake
and Dan.
And tomorrow, our SB correspondent will have an update on the Caitlyn Jenner Courage Award presentation. That's Amy Jacobson. But now we throw it to Mike Scott in the newsroom with a check of the headlines.
Dan and Amy, here are the stories we're following right now. The president will hold a press conference later today to talk about the Iran deal and Cook County to vote on a sales tax increase.
I guess.
What does one wear to the ESPYs?
That's weird. Like, who cares what she says? I
Will-
care about what she's going to wear.
Will Caitlyn Jenner's moose knuckle be on
Oh. I'm going to drop the mic and be like, I'm out of here. I'm done.
Will Caitlyn Jenner have the courage to show her moose knuckle at the ESPYs?
Just say it. No one listens to this tease anyway. They'll be like, huh? One time, I'm not kidding you, I sang as a joke, and people texted, what did you, that was great. I sang for 10 seconds as a tease. Yeah, moose knuckle. Come on, say it. Or is it better coming from me? No, I'm not.
Yeah. There's great moments in radio right here.
Shock jock. All right. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will Caitlyn Jenner have the courage to show his moose knuckle at the ESPYs? Ridiculous.
What will she say? More importantly, what will Shim wear? Let's do it. Come on.
All right.
All right, ready? Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will Caitlyn Jenner have the courage to show his moose knuckle at the ESPYs?
What will Shim say? What will Shim wear? We'll discuss beginning at 5 a.m. 560. The Answer.
Oh, God. This is definitely not the YLL side of the house. No, they don't need it to be. All right. Good. Have a good one. Thanks.
9:30 to.
But you can take the car in, can't you?
What was that?
You can take the van in. I mean, you can drive the 560 Hummer. You should take the Hummer. You'll get in quicker. You'll get in
I've been thinking about that, but I got part-timers coming too, and I don't want them to have to drive their own vehicle and use their own gas.
Oh.
You know?
Well, I'm just saying if you go early with the Hummer, you'll get in.
Yeah, you might be right.
For sure.
Let's go.
Yes, I know how those things work.